with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with walk-ons.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Final segment of the show brought to you by the Lock sponsor, our friends at Hemphill. They bring you the Lock every day.
Another winning week, another winning month. Jump on board. We're 8-3 on Saturday. We've got a free play up tonight. By the way, we're taking the Cleveland Browns Monday Night Football. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090.
Brownie, before you tell us what Brandon Marcello said, did you see how much I got into the skit? What's not on either one of my arms?
Muscles. Totally. Definition.
Yeah, Forster asked me who's got more definition, Taylor's arms or mine. Taylor. She works out.
You shaved your arms.
Yeah, I shaved my arms because Ken doesn't have hair on his arms.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, he sure does.
Did you shave your armpits?
No, I didn't. I trimmed them though because I didn't want to have a puffy, puffy hair coming out.
Vince Neal went to Key West.
Come on, Club La Vila.
Can you
girls,
pull me a new Vince,
girls.
A local or a recent Vince Neal?
Yeah. Brett and Marcello, quote, the number one candidate will be Lane Kiffin.
That's what Brandon Marcello is saying.
He will be the number one guy, and I can tell you this because John Cohen, coming from Mississippi State, is very familiar with what Lane has obviously done at Ole Miss. But there's the number one thing. He has been a killer in the transfer portal. He calls himself the transfer portal king. Auburn needs immediate help in that football program. They can fix a lot of their issues with the transfer portal. It won't be an overnight rebuild, but a man like Lane Kiffin would come in there and fix things, get it right on track almost immediately. They need a coach that can do it.
Yeah, but okay, so I understand why Auburn would want Lane. Why would Lane want Auburn?
He's frustrated. The thought behind that would be he's frustrated with Ole Miss's NIL push. That's why he's had to hit the portal so hard, which that is true. Auburn apparently, according to Marcello, has got $11 million in the NIL war chest.
I just didn't see an Aston Martin rolled out down on the plains.
Did you see a kid keep the Aston Martin in Oxford, though?
It was a rental. A rental.
Which, as you know, are tough to come by.
They are.
Hey, run behind us here. The scary dude right here.
Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
That's our buddy Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. About to get on the roof right there.
You want that man on your roof?
Yeah, get him on your roof right now.
You might get shot with that look.
Alabama News Center update. We're about to do that.
Oh, wow.
Boy, they'll love that.
Just dressed like this. I knew it would happen today. Brian Harsin out at Auburn. More reaction coming up. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We're live now on our Tuesday. We appreciate everyone having some fun with us yesterday. Hope you all had a wonderful time with family and friends on a Halloween night last night. We turn now to November. November is what fans remember, coaches always tell you. It's the rivalry games. It's the march towards a championship. It's some big games coming up, including this weekend. So we get to some serious football discussion throughout this show today with a great guest lineup. But, of course, one of the bigger stories in college football is Auburn now being added to those vacancies on the coaching carousel and what is next for one of those wild card programs that Dan Wetzel calls them, and a lot of reaction around the country to the firing of Brian Harsin yesterday. One thing nobody, when they were doing their reporting or writing yesterday on the national level, nobody was surprised at the firing. They were waiting for it, but the reaction was different all across the college football landscape for those people that cover it on a day in and day out basis.
Yeah, I don't think anybody blames, or not blames. I don't think anybody was surprised that Brian Harsin got fired. In fact, he started the season probably on the hottest seat in college football only because of what happened in the offseason. You look at like Scott Frost.
Right.
There was a path Scott Frost could save his job.
Absolutely.
I mean, in fact, we found out after he got fired, all he needed was 6 wins. And he actually went back to his old contract, didn't just save his job, got his old contract back at 6 wins. So it was a path for him to save it. There was a narrow path for Brian Harsin. In fact, as the season started, I just came to my own personal conclusion, and I don't think I'm alone in this. There was zero chance Brian Harsin was at Auburn next year. He was either going to do well enough that he cashed in on any job he could find and get out of a toxic relationship, or he was going to do poorly enough they finally had the ammo they wanted to fire him, which turned out to be the case. So Brian Harsin was not at Auburn next year, no matter what happened. If that guy went 10-2 and beat Alabama in the Iron Bowl, I think he was going to cash in on another job and just get out of there. It was a loveless marriage from day one. He flew from Boise on a plane that had a hot seat on it and never got off that hot seat.
So Brian Harsin's out, and for a lot of Auburn fans, whether they were pro Harsin or not, whether they were supporting him or whatever, for the most part, a very large majority now feel like a little weight's off their shoulder. They can start looking to the future because this day was inevitable. What is not a weight off the shoulder is the search. Now, a lot of people want different guys, and that's okay. That's normal within 24 hours. There's not a leading candidate. You heard us at the end of the last show, if you were listening on the replay, or if you were with us at the end, that Brandon Marcello thinks Lane Kiffin will be a big player in this Auburn search, and he's not the only one. There are those that believe Hugh Freeze, for whatever baggage he has, will be a player in this at some point. Let's start first with the fact that Auburn named Carnell Williams their interim head coach. He gets Mississippi State this weekend, then it's Texas A&M at home, then it's Western Kentucky at home, then it's a road game at Alabama. There's nobody out there that thinks Carnell is going to Dabo Swinney this thing up, these 4 games, and play himself into the conversation, is there?
Well, I mean, first of all, it's highly unlikely you would win the 4. I mean, I guess you would be suggesting even maybe 3-1 would be a really good record for Carnell in this stretch. 4-0 would be almost impossible. But even at 4-0, I've just never liked how you use Dabo Swinney. And once you get past Dabo, it's hard to find the interim coach that was really, really successful long term.
But you cannot deny me that they will play extremely hard for Carnell Williams this weekend.
I would think so, but you've basically got a brand new coaching staff. I mean, the offensive coordinator at Keesaw was out. You've got, a lot of support guys. Basically, almost anybody that has Boise ties is out of there right now.
For 4 years, but just to pat Carnell on the back, for 4 years, he has been one of the, if not the most effective recruiters.
I would agree with that.
He has been able to instill an Auburn culture when maybe the last few years of Gus Malzahn and Brian Harsin, who's not from this
this area of the country probably couldn't do that. Cornell Williams has been one of the guys that has put a little Auburn into that program.
See, now, but here's the thing on your question. You don't have an athletics director in place, so I don't know what has been communicated by either interim athletics director Rich McGlynn, communicated on behalf of Cohen, who's not on the job yet, or from the school president, Dr. Roberts. I don't know what's been communicated to Cornell, but there are a lot of times where you make a coaching change, you may name a guy from the staff, the interim obviously, and the athletic director tells him up front, hey, you're our interim coach, we're going to boost your pay, we're going to double your pay here, we appreciate the effort, you are not going to be considered for the head coaching job. Okay, just we're going to get that off the table. If you don't want that deal, we'll move on to somebody else on the staff, but we're going to make you interim, but you're not going to be considered for the head coaching job. We just, we want to be fair to you and not lead you on, but we need you to do us a solid here, and we're going to pay you well to do it, right?
And I think that is the case, and I'm not saying he deserves a shot. I was just getting –
No, I know.
We're playing all scenarios out, okay?
But I don't know that anybody's had that conversation because you don't have a normal leadership structure at Auburn right now. And the way you do that is you tell them that, and then you tell them, hey, but I'll tell you what, get this thing landed for us in a great fashion, okay? Don't embarrass us. Maybe go out and win a game or two, make them play hard, don't let them quit, and we will give you the most glowing recommendation for your next job. And if there are any head coaching jobs open that you want, we're going to tell them what an amazing job you did, and that way you keep everybody invested. So you see that a lot, but I don't know that that's what's happened with Cornell, but he's an Auburn guy. So I think everybody at Auburn obviously understands this guy deserves more than what you might do for one of the Boise guys. This guy's an Auburn guy. He's an Auburn man. He bled for you. He played hard for you. He's one of the greatest players in your school's history.
And if he wants to stay at Auburn, the next coach would be an idiot not to keep him on the coaching staff. There are a couple of comparisons from BD, KP, and others in there that he is to Auburn football what Antoine Petway has been for Alabama basketball.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And you don't really want to hire a coach and say, hey, you got to keep so-and-so from the staff, right? But if there is a guy that a new head coach is going to be encouraged to make a place for, it will be Cornell Williams, I would imagine. And I also think that that's probably part of, it could be what they've told him too, is like, come in, be the interim. We're not going to hire you as head coach, but listen, we're going to sell you hard to the next staff if you want to stay here.
They'll play hard. Listen, everyone puts out a list when there's openings. I'm going to read one from our buddy Bruce Feldman. And if Auburn could get one of these coaches,
right?
I mean, Bruce has a very short list. If Auburn could get in, if Auburn's next coach is on Bruce Feldman's list, then I think Auburn fans would be really excited. Tell me about Dr. B, LT's guy. LT off today. Jim Dunaway, Ryan Brown, Lance taking care of a little family business today. He'll be back with us tomorrow. Rockstar Lunsford is back. Forrester's here, and Taylor Korn is handling all your reaction in our social media station out there, Command Center, Mission Control at Next Round Live on all of our social media platforms.
What is LT growing back on his head there, Dunaway?
Hair. He's growing hair.
I thought it was salad. He's getting some salad back from our guy, Dr. B. You could go see Dr. Beckenstein right there at T3 Hair Preservation. And he and Lance went through this really in-depth process because this is important to a lot of people. You want to make sure you're getting the hair grown back on your head. It started with an in-person visit where Dr. B did his evaluation of Lance and was very upfront with him about here's what we think we can do. Here are our goals. Let's do it. So they agreed on a process. They had another virtual meeting. They stayed in touch. And now Lance is involved in one of his programs. It's easy. It's non-invasive. And Lance is getting great results from it. I mean, great results from it. We talk about it all the time. And people actually, I've been out with Lance. We were at trivia the other night, Rockstar, and somebody stopped Lance, and they were like, hey, tell me more about Dr. B because I see you a lot. I can tell a difference. It is working for Lance. It can work for you. Listen, why would you not, if you want to grow some hair back, at least get an evaluation and see what can happen? You could go to t3hair.net, request a consultation, 3thair.net, or call 319-0316. Tell Dr. B you heard it on the Next Round. He loves us. He'll love you. He'll grow that hair back for you. T3 Hair Preservation, Dr. Beckenstein, t3hair.net.
Okay, Bruce Feldman's list at The Athletic, not the only list out there. You can see a variety of them in our morning rounds at nextroundlive.com, our top links. Everybody's got a list. You've got a list. All God's children have a list when there's a coaching opening. But never have I seen a list whittled down to just a handful of candidates where I don't think there is one guy on here that would not be I can't say overwhelmingly because I threw one out last night that had zero positive
The old
responses.
turd in the punch bowl is what you threw out last night. I was surprised at the reaction to that.
I'll show you the reaction in this segment too. Have that ready to go, Forrester. But here is the Feldman list.
So you're saying this is an underwhelming list?
No, I'm saying it's maybe the shortest, best list I've ever seen put together for a major college open.
Wow. Okay,
I don't think
go.
Auburn could go wrong with any of these guys.
All right, go.
I mean, here's the list, top to bottom. I'll read it all to you, and then give me reaction afterwards. I don't know if he does it in any particular order, but this is the order Bruce Feldman has it in. Lane Kiffin, Hugh Freeze, Deion Sanders, Matt Rule, Mark Stoops, Dan Lanning. End of list. That's all Feldman threw on the list. We've seen Feldman do this forever. Usually it gets down to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 guys.
Well, you know who I'm going to focus on here, don't you? You know who I'm going to focus on. Who on that list am I going to focus on?
You're going to focus on Dan Lanning.
I am fascinated by Dan Lanning, and here's why. So the guy's obviously got a great SEC pedigree, right? He was on Nick Saban's staff at Alabama when Kirby Smart went to Georgia. He was part of that. Was a really good defensive coordinator for Kirby Smart. Maybe the best defense in the nation, all things considered, under Kirby Smart, right?
Unbelievable recruiter.
And he's, really good recruiter. I mean, and I know Auburn fans is your two biggest rivals, but I think if you'll step back from the rivalry and say if Nick Saban likes the guy and Kirby Smart likes the guy, he's probably got a lot going for him on the coaching front, right? Now, he's going out to Oregon, and boy, if you just wanted to flush him after week one, fine, do that. I mean, his first game as a head coach, that's totally fair, playing against the number one team in the nation. Yeah, he got run out of the building. But what does that team look like since then?
It looked really good.
Picked up the pieces, right? And he's got a team that tonight will easily be in the top 10. Easily in the top 10 of the first college football playoff in his first year. Right? Go look at everybody else's first year. Now, he took over a better situation than Cristobal took over at Miami. I'll grant you that. Lanning's a fascinating guy. And I've even made the prediction he replaces Nick Saban at Alabama. That's my prediction.
Yeah,
right?
that's why
I'm alone on this island.
I don't know if you're alone on this island.
Nobody else has said it, Jim. Nobody.
I think I've said it with you.
No, you only said it after I said it.
So that may be true. Yeah,
I burned your boat and sent you home.
Yes.
I'm alone on this island. Even that said, like if Nick Saban retired today, I would say, wow, that is a quick hire, Dan Lanning. I mean, I like what he's done, and you know how I feel about him. But that's an extremely fast hire from a guy that hasn't even been a college football head coach for one full season. That's a really quick hire.
Well, back to my point. That's a short list from Feldman. And if you could hire, if they said, hey, your coach has to come from that list and you can get everybody in that list, that's a pretty good list. I think Auburn upgrades their coaching situation instantly there with any of those guys.
So let's assume that's your only list, and you got to hire one of those guys. You would hire who?
Well, I'm just saying Kiffin, Freeze, Deion Sanders, Matt Rule, Mark Stoops, and Dan Lanning. If that is Auburn's next coach, one of those six.
Oh, I think you've done fine there.
Wow.
Yeah, but you would hire who? That's your list. You would hire who from that list? Who would be your number one target?
Well, I mean, I like them all. That's why I brought this list up.
I know.
I mean, Deion Sanders would be fascinating, obviously.
It's a huge unknown. I agree.
And I think Hugh Freeze will end up getting the job. So I'll go the most fascinating the guy I think who ends up getting the job.
Hugh Freeze.
And then everyone else is Lane Kiffin, who I love Lane. And he's doing a heck of a job at Ole Miss, unprecedented job at Ole Miss.
Can we do this?
Mark Stoops, you can't.
Right,
a tougher job at Kentucky, and he's built him into a respectable program, loses some big games. And then there's Matt Rule. And I threw out Matt Rule last night because you know how I love Matt Rule and the job he did at building Temple from nothing and building Baylor back from the biggest disaster in college football history, not involving a recruiting scandal.
Yeah,
both of those are pretty big rebuilds. And it's the record is in one of these tweets. So
so I don't even have to dig that up. The reaction you've gotten on this because you may as well have suggested.
Let me change this real quick.
What are we going to change? Oh, you got to move Lance's mic so you can see the screen. Oh my.
I just yanked everything out.
You did. Oh, Jim, we're going to need you to keep everything in for the remainder of the show.
That was not good TV right there.
Well,
all right.
Thankfully, we're not on TV.
Forrester, read the show me the tweets. I threw out Matt Rule last night because
this is the response you've gotten.
Yeah, this is from the Auburn fans. This is Brian. No to Matt Rule. He hates recruiting. And not from the South. Too much like Harrison. Pass from him.
Right, so Brian is a no. Okay.
Hold on that one. What do you think of that one?
Well, I mean, I don't know that he hates to recruit.
I don't either, but that's always painted that way.
He is certainly not from the South.
He is not.
I mean, there's no doubting that.
And those of you in the chat room who says, "Oh, he Penn State is his school. He's waiting on the Penn State job."
Well, it may never come open. Franklin could retire there.
Yeah, but maybe he is. I mean, if I was Penn State, I'd rather have Matt Rule than James
I would
Franklin.
say normally when a guy who's on a successful trajectory in college jumps to the NFL, I assume recruiting is a big part of it. Don't
that
you?
He doesn't like recruiting.
I mean, don't you make that assumption?
Not always.
I mean, he didn't exactly take a great NFL job. He took the Panthers.
But, well, it's only 32 of those.
Well, there are, but, I mean, he was on a really good trajectory and had a good NFL pedigree behind him from past years. He could have been more selective and waited past the Panthers.
Nobody loves recruiting more than Nick Saban. He jumped to the NFL.
He did and regretted it very quickly.
And took the Dolphins, which at that time,
okay,
a pretty bad program. Next one, Dr. Wonder Woman here. I don't understand the allure with Rule. It's a big no for me. It needs to be prime, lane, or freeze. Okay.
She's on the Mississippi connection there.
Yeah. Next one, please.
Dr. Wonder Woman. I like that. I did not know she was a PhD, Rockstar.
This is the one you were going to read. Bobby from Homewood.
Okay.
Not sure he's suggesting my tweet, but I can tell you Rule was 3-16 against ranked teams as the head coach at Temple and Baylor, including 0-11 at Baylor. He also only signed 2 or 3 top 200 recruits in 7 years as a college football head coach. Also, word is Cam Newton can't stand him, so no thanks. Well, the Cam Newton that Matt Rule inherited was at the end of his NFL career, not the same guy, so I can understand that. 3-16 against ranked teams at Temple and Baylor. Remember where Temple and Baylor was when he took over? How many of those games is he supposed to win where Temple is a nothing, and he builds them into a program I think eventually was close to being a top 25 team at one point one season.
I mean, listen, I'm not gonna ding a guy for not signing a ton of big recruits at Temple. I expect you to sign a few more at Baylor. You're recruiting in Texas, first of all. Baylor's a really good school.
Yeah. Was it right when Art Briles?
No, it's a good school.
Yeah.
A good school. I'm not talking about athletic program. It's a good school. All right. So, I mean, you're going there's a
when he took the Baylor job, what did we all say?
Oh, it was they were close to the death penalty.
We thought it was worse than the death penalty. What is he doing?
Yeah, why not wait it out at Temple and see if Penn State comes open or get another job from Baylor? So, but it's a good school. That's my point. I mean, you're recruiting to a good school, but it was a athletic program that was in shambles, or a football program that was in shambles.
Yeah.
So, I don't know that I'm willing to completely destroy him for recruiting. But those numbers would say maybe it's not his strongest suit. Would you give me that?
Yeah, maybe so. I don't know about Matt Rule's recruiting.
Well, but I mean, when you come to the SEC, though, you're going against tireless recruiters. You're going against Kirby Smart, who never stops. For the time being, you're going against Nick Saban, who never stops.
It's got to be a staff-wide thing. Absolutely, It does. That was the response to Matt Rule,
Not popular.
including Bobby, who's a diehard Auburn fan there. Crocker Moving Services, diehard at making sure your next move is going to be the right move, the best move you've ever experienced, because that's what Eric Crocker and Crocker Moving Services promises to you. Eric Crocker only believes in doing things the right way, the best way. It goes back to the fact that he's a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. He learned about doing things the right way when he became a Marine, and he's brought that into his veteran-owned business there at Crocker Moving Services. Whether it's residential or commercial moving, Crocker Moving Services will help you out. They'll even pack up your office or your home. Go online, crockermovingservices.com to check them out. crockermovingservices.com to check them out. They'll move you anywhere in the continental United States, down the street or across the country, using made-in-the-USA equipment and made-in-the-USA supplies whenever possible. Check them out, crockermovingservices.com. All right, so that's where we are on the Auburn search. Yesterday, Carnell's the interim coach. John Cohen officially announced as the athletic director. That all happened as the show winded down and finished up yesterday. So Auburn now will introduce their new athletic director, and then the search is on to find the next football coach. Meantime, they play at Mississippi State this weekend. Jay Pear, who's watching us out in Dallas, says hammer Auburn in the points this week. They've got that interim juice. The interim coaches have been very good. Auburn's getting 13.5 right now in that game in Starkville against Mississippi State.
It's hit or miss, man, with those interims. I would stay away. I know what he's saying. A lot of times they come out and play hard for the interim. That happened for Brent Key at Georgia Tech, right? They won the very next week. It happened for whoever the interim is at Charlotte. They went down and drilled Rice. Charlotte's been awful this year. Was fantastic against Rice. Continued the double-digit dog winning outright trend that we've had this year. But on the flip side of that, you got Nebraska and Mickey Joseph. You know, his first game they played what is now, we understand, a terrible Oklahoma – well, not terrible – a worse-than-normal Oklahoma team, and they got run out of the stadium. So
it looked good when it was 7-0. I was like, look
at him playing for Mickey Joseph.
Then it was 49-7.
49-7. So, I would probably stay away from that. I know what he's saying. There's a lot of history of playing hard for the interim. This one's really interesting though, because this thing's been percolating all year long. You got a bunch of coaches that are going now. It's not just the head coach.
Yeah, so that's what Jay Pear says about 13.5 this week. Later on, we'll do our upset alert. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Odie's, where tomorrow night the crew is out there for trivia one more time.
Oh yeah, Rockstar, are you excited to be back? Can you sing yet?
No, I cannot.
Oh.
I had to cancel a gig tonight.
Rockstar, man. We got to get better.
Yeah, I'm trying, man.
I know. Birmingham Institution is what Odie's is in Crestline Village there. Our man Rodney Davis been cooking up those famous burgers for like 30 years now. Also, they've got the Diablo sandwich. It's our personal favorite. Go try the Diablo. You're welcome. Award-winning wings, great sandwiches, and all the patio seating you can stick at right there at Odie's. See Will Haver and the great staff at Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village. Great idea for lunch and trivia tomorrow night.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at ScottForresterTV.
This hour of the next round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live daily show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Bud Light game night happening Thursday night. We're at the Steel Gastro Pub down in the Lakeview District again. A great place to watch the games and enjoy a cold beer. One of the longest straight bars in all of the South. And we'll have a good time down there Thursday night. 5 to 6 with our live video show on our video platforms. 5 to 7 we'll be hanging out down there. Looking forward to it. Bud Light game night Thursday night. Football continues tonight after a Monday night win last night where Cleveland pressured and sacked Joe Burrow all night. They beat Cincinnati 32-13 to go to 3-5 on the year now. The Bengals dropped to 4-4. Football continues tonight, including 2 MACtion games. One of them is for first place. Buffalo is at Ohio, 4-0 Buffalo in the MAC. Ohio's 3-1. That's 6:30 on ESPN2 tonight. The World Series rained out yesterday. We'll try to do Game 3 again tonight, 7 o'clock on Fox in Philadelphia, Houston, and Philly. That series is tied 1 apiece. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at MyBookie. If you want to get something down tonight on that MACtion game or baseball, MyBookie using our promo code is the way to go.
Our promo code is Next Round, and if you go to mybookie.ag and use that promo code Next Round, they are going to double your deposit bonus up to $1,000. You heard me right. Double your deposit bonus up to $1,000 at mybookie.ag. That's mybookie.ag. As Jim said, NFL games, college, Major League Baseball. You can also swing for the fences with the brand new money bag game, the MyBookie Money Bag. One-of-a-kind opportunity to spend for crazy odds on props and futures. Place your bets, spin the wheel, get ready to score epic odds on the best teams, athletes, and events. It's all at mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. It's not just a sports book, it's a community. Be part of that community at mybookie.ag. Use our code NEXTROUND. They'll double your deposit bonus up to $1,000 at mybookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND.
Hey, if you want to catch a little basketball tonight, a little exhibition action for UAB down at Bartow, Mississippi College, and Andy Kennedy's UAB Blazers in action tonight. They open the season, as everyone else does, next Monday with Alabama State at home. Alabama played their exhibition game against Southern Illinois over the weekend, a 73-64 win over the Salukis. Dalton Banks and A.J. Ferguson with big games for Bama. They open their season Monday night against Longwood, not Shortwood, Rockstar. It's Longwood in town next week.
Well, good. I'll go to that game.
Didn't you go to school there for a minute?
No, I tried to. I didn't measure up.
Set him up for that one.
Well done.
Auburn's exhibition games tomorrow night at Auburn Arena against UAH. Next Monday, they open the season against George Mason on the basketball front. Back to college football, and Brown wants to make a point. Brett McMurphy has sent out an interesting set of numbers. Tonight, our college football playoff committee will give us our first rankings as we count down towards the playoffs in the month of November. That's a 6 o'clock ESPN show tonight. And McMurphy is making some points about teams that have never made the college football playoffs.
So he's got the Power 5 teams with the most wins, 2014 moving forward, that have not made the college football playoffs. So these are the teams that have won the most and have no playoff to show for it. I don't think people will be surprised, though. They just changed their coach, that Wisconsin is the top of this list. I think if I asked people to guess, Wisconsin would be a lot of people's guess.
Yeah, the Wisconsin seems like they've been the most consistent team not to make the playoffs. So at 80 wins is where they are since 2014. So how many years is that?
9 years.
9 years.
Well, this is the 9th year, yeah.
This is the 9th year of the playoff.
Right.
So they've averaged a little over 10 wins a year.
Yeah.
And they haven't made the playoffs.
Yeah.
That's
I
a lot of wins.
yeah, it's going to be a little under 10. It's going to be about 9 because you got to account for this year's wins, too, in that 80. Yeah. Oklahoma State at 78. If you didn't guess Wisconsin, you probably would have guessed Oklahoma State. Mike Gundy, though, the fact that they got run out of the stadium Saturday has been consistently around the playoff discussion, but they've never been in the playoffs. Iowa and Utah at 74. I don't think Utah surprises a lot of people. I don't guess Iowa would surprise a lot of people. Their head coach, who is, I guess, the best head coach ever to have been there, is under fire a little bit. His son is under a ton of fire as the offensive coordinator. Penn State at 73. They were that close down the way to making it one time.
Well, they were a Big Ten champion one time.
But they had the 2 losses. That was their problem. They were that close. So wasn't it Pitt? I think they lost a game at Pitt, right? That was what really cost them. I think it was an early season loss at Pitt. They could have dealt with the one conference loss, but that Pitt loss killed them. Florida at 69. And I want to pause right there for Florida. They're even at 69 wins in the course of the college football playoff, they've had, I would say, a considerable amount of turnover at head coach.
They have.
Like, I think, was Muschamp still there when they started the playoffs? Maybe he had just gone, but then you had McElwain. You've had Dan Mullen. You're now to Billy Napier. I mean, it's crazy that they've had 69 wins in that 8.5-year period and still have had that much turnover in coaching. Texas A&M is historically a program with a lot of wins and nothing to show for it. They're at 68 wins.
I'm actually surprised it's that low.
Yeah, I might have guessed a little bit more for Texas A&M.
Yep.
NC State's at 67. USC, I mean, how the mighty have fallen, at 67. Miami at 65. I did the math in the break. Auburn is at 62. And the reason I bring this up with Brett, it's interesting to see the teams that haven't made it, but that kind of shows you the gap Auburn is trying to close. I mean, they're not even among the top 10 winningest programs that haven't made the playoffs. I mean, they're at 62 wins. Now, that said, Auburn has been very close to making the playoffs. They've got a SEC championship game against Georgia. If they win that game, they're in it.
Yeah.
So they were a game away at one point.
As a 2-loss conference champion.
But they were 100% in.
They would have been in because they were in the rankings that day to go in if they win it. So, I mean, I don't think when we designed the playoffs, we'd be sitting here saying that Miami, USC, Florida, Penn State, Wisconsin would go 8 years deep, and it's going to be 9 years, and not be in the playoffs one time. That's a 5 programs there that I think when they designed the college football playoffs, they thought, oh, those schools would at least be in at one time in a decade.
Yeah, and you could have convinced me if I go back to the start of the playoffs, Oklahoma State, in or out, I would have said, I would bet they find their way in one year. If you would have given me a 10-year window, and I know we're not quite to the 10-year window, but you said in 10 years, can Gundy get them in the playoffs? I would have said, yeah, I bet he finds a way into the playoffs as the Big 12 champion.
Your point being that Auburn's not in that group yet, and they've had some down years along the way. Brian Harsin was on the job for 676 days from his Christmas Eve announcement to his Halloween firing. 676 days.
It was tumultuous every day.
676 days, which is a short tenure as a head coach. I mean, 138 is what Mike Price had on the job in Tuscaloosa.
He got one spring game in it.
Yeah, and he didn't coach any games, so not many more days there. 676 for Brian Harsin. That was official yesterday. More on what is being said about Auburn paying all this money. And listen, what Auburn's paying is what Auburn's paying. They're going to have to pay the money regardless whether he's coaching or not. And
actually, they're going to pay him less to not coach.
Exactly. That's what is it? 50% of what they owe him?
70% of what they owe him. Now the problem is you have to pay it up front, but still, I mean, you're paying less than what you would pay him to coach out the contract.
Yeah. So it's a good Dave Ramsey move on their part here.
Do it in cash.
Do it in cash and do it right now.
Put it in envelopes
and make it happen. Yeah. More on the Auburn's firing and what it could mean for another SEC school. I want to put it into context here. After I tell you about our friends at Backyard Adventure. If you want a good financial move to have a great time with your kids in the backyard, Backyard Adventure is the way to go. Still got time for a Christmas setup if you order here in the next couple of weeks. Backyard Adventure. The phone number is 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. You've got Halloween in the rearview mirror now. Now you start thinking about what can we do to help Santa with the kids this Christmas. Backyard Adventure is here to help you out. BackyardAlabama.com is the website, BackyardAlabama.com. They can give you that unbelievable Backyard Adventure playground, an alley-oop trampoline, or goal setter basketball goals, or maybe you can get all three of those and just make your house the perfect place for the kids to have a great time, never have to leave the house. Quality 100% cedar. It comes with lifetime warranties. They'll set it up. They'll tear it down. They'll move it from home to home if you move in the process. They do landscaping. They do maintenance programs. They do it all. It's our friends at Backyard Solutions, BackyardAlabama.com. Wherever you're watching us, even in places like Atlanta, Georgia, check out Backyard Alabama, BackyardAlabama.com, and find a location near you at BackyardAlabama.com. When it's all said and done, paying the assistants and Gus Malzahn, the current assistants you let go, Gus Malzahn's assistants, for the contracts they had left out. When it's all said and done, Auburn's going to approach just at $50 million of buyouts in a very short period of time. $50 million in buyouts and paying for people not to coach.
So that's Gus's assistants, Harsin and Harson's assistants are all going to total up to about $50 million.
To about $50 million. Dan Wetzel thinks it'll be a little over 50, but we'll say the $50 million ballpark.
All right. It's close enough.
That's why, I mean, when LT was here yesterday talking about paying $15 million to Harsin to go away, that with A&M's money and A&M's boosters, when you think of it like that, in this short period of time, Auburn's turned over $50 million to take care of cleaning up their coaching mess and try to get the next one right. Why would you not, if you're Texas A&M, throw $85 million at Jimbo Fisher to try to clean up your coaching mistake? It's not that big of a difference, relatively speaking, of what Auburn's doing to try to get it right and what Texas A&M could do to try to get it right.
And I don't even know, we always talk about this, what you never, I mean, it's there, I just haven't seen it. How much of that is Jimbo owed in the first 30 days up front? Is it structured? Because anytime it's structured and there's offset language, there's no offset language in Jimbo's. And for those that don't know what the offset language is, that's basically the language that says, if we fire you and pay a buyout, you got to look for another job. You got to make every effort to look for another job. And when you get that job, what you're getting paid there counts against your buyout. Okay, so that's offset language. Jimbo doesn't have that. This is guaranteed, right?
That's right.
What I don't know though is if there's only part of it that is up front, a lot of times you can negotiate a much lower for a one-time payment, right? So in other words, if I owe him $85 million over 6 years, maybe he'll take $50 million right up front here, and we could be done with it. Or $50 million in 2 payments or something like that. So, I mean, there's a chance, I don't think this is the case, but there's a chance you could even get it less than $80 million, depending on how the wording is in his contract. But I'm with you. We always make this point, and we just made it with Harsin. You were going to have to pay him the full amount if he coached his whole contract. You're actually, though you're having to pay it up front, you're paying him less than what you would pay him. For Jimbo, you're going to pay that money either way. Now, you're either going to pay it over 6, 7, 8 years of potential mediocrity, or you're going to pay it right now and hit a reset button.
Yeah, and waste those years of your life of being a big booster. I just thought it was pretty amazing when we seem like we sit here and say $85 million is a bridge too far for Texas A&M to pay to get rid of Jimbo Fisher. But when you see what Auburn's got a lot of big money people, so I'm not trying to say Auburn doesn't have all the money they need. They obviously do. They're building new facilities, $50 million here. They're paying Bruce Pearl. I mean, they've got the money. I'm not saying they don't. But if Auburn can pay $50 million to take care of their coaching situation, then Texas A&M could easily pay $85 million to take care of theirs. So it just dawned on me as I was reading that last night that it has all stacked up to that amount. And when you see that stacked up like that in a 3-year period, you look and you say, well, Jimbo's contract is not what looked to be at one point impossible to pay out. Doesn't seem like it's impossible to pay out anymore.
But the argument against, and here's the argument against, is, okay, now, and you could sit here and say, well, you're going to have to pay him $85 million either way, which is true. But if you pay him $85 million to coach out his contract, you're not also paying another guy $10 million to be the head coach. And that's where the numbers start to be difficult to defend.
No, I mean, Auburn's about to pay somebody a lot of money, right?
No doubt. That's what happens when you screw up, right? They made a bad hire. Now they're about to pay somebody $17 million, and they'll probably have to pay their next head coach $7 to $10 million. Wouldn't you think? I mean, if you're hiring right now at a school like Auburn, $7 to $10 million is where you're going to have to pay.
I mean, it should be uncapped to get the guy you want, whoever that guy is.
The only way you're not paying $7 to $10 million is if you go get a coach and you're giving a guy his first break. Like you found an assistant coach you really like, he's dying to be a head coach, and he takes $5.5 million.
Shane Beamer did that for South Carolina, $2.75 million.
Yeah,
is what he took the job at South Carolina for. He wanted the job.
He was a special teams coordinator at Oklahoma, and he's like, I'm about to be an SEC head coach. Heck yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah,
and that's the only way you're paying less than $7 million if you're Auburn right now, is if you do that.
All right, so it just dawned on me last night when we start talking big money that maybe Texas A&M could go ahead and make a move. Here's the guest lineup coming up. This look ahead being brought to you by our friends at Michelson. Brownie will tell you about Michelson in a second. We'll talk to Clay Travis at the top of the hour about the Harsin firing and his Tennessee Volunteers with a big game this week against Georgia, and Tennessee likely the number one team in tonight's college football rankings. Justin Hokanson from Auburn Live on 3 Sports will join us at 10:25. Hokanson, if you've been following him, with a very interesting day yesterday. We'll talk to Hoke about where he was headed and everything that was going on in his life yesterday and the Auburn situation. Brandon Marcello will be with us at 11:25 today. That's during our normal trash time. So we'll send you a little alert here to let you know trash will go about 15 minutes earlier. If you are one of those people that just tune in later in the show just for trash, we'll do that about 11:10 Central Time today. 11:25, Brandon Marcello's with us. And John Parker Wilson talking about Alabama's trip to LSU. He'll be with us at 11:45. That's our guest lineup, and that look ahead brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Michelson Laser Vision. Dr. Mark Michelson and his daughter Jennifer have changed vision for a lot of people in the state of Alabama. They'll do what they did for me. They'll come in and get an evaluation, and then they'll tell you exactly what you're looking at as far as LASIK surgery. Lance has had it. I'm still making the decision. I'm just weighing my options here. But after having LASIK, it changes people's lives. I've talked to so many people that have used Dr. Michelson, and their vision has changed. They don't have to wear contacts anymore. They don't have to wear glasses anymore. It's fixed it. 969-8100 or michelsonlaservision.com. Go do what I did. Just get an evaluation, see if it's right for you. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson and Dr. Jennifer Michelson in Michelson Laser Vision.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,499. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at UrologyCentersAlabama.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions, and the cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store. The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
More on Auburn's search for a new coach and the aftermath of the Brian Hartson firing coming up later in the show. And we'll get to the big games coming up this weekend, including Alabama at LSU and Tennessee at Georgia as we move throughout the show in the college football playoff rankings. Big news, though, yesterday from that Georgia program, and it's one that could impact their game with Tennessee and the rest of their season. Outside linebacker Nolan Smith is done for the year, according to reports. Torn pectoral muscle. So that shuts him down for the rest of the season. And he was such a big factor for that Georgia defense, Nolan Smith, that it'll impact him this week against Tennessee and maybe in a championship run again for the defending national champs. Nolan Smith is out. That's your injury update brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, Precision Sports. And real quick, I just want to say about Nolan Smith, that guy's a heck of a player. I hate it that it's ending like this for him this season because that's a great defense and he is a heck of a player. Precision Sports is here to help you. They got 9 locations in Birmingham metro area to get you back on track when you face an injury. Is your shoulder hurting after exercising? You feeling sharp pain in a shoulder during cleaning around the house, getting ready, getting the Christmas decorations out, whatever the case might be? They can help you. Precision Sports. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com. That is PrecisionSportsOrtho.com. Or 855-219-6200.
The 1 versus 2 matchup this week, Tennessee at Georgia. Alabama fans can relate to how crazy Neyland Stadium was when Alabama went up there to battle Tennessee. Kirby Smart is trying to have the same atmosphere this weekend between the hedges. Here's the head coach of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Our guys are excited and looking forward to a top matchup in Sanford Stadium. I know our fan base will be loud and proud. I want to challenge our fan base to be, everybody talks about the Notre Dame game, but we want it to be louder than that. We want them to be there earlier than that. We had some great matchups last year here at home, and I thought they really affected the game each time we had a big matchup. So we'll need them again and need them to be ready to go.
Kirby doesn't tweet a lot, right? He tweeted that Sunday, challenging his fan base to come out. And usually his Twitter is used for recruiting and celebrating landing a recruit or a signing class or something like that. He went out of his way to say, hey, we need you to be loud. And there's a reason why, and that's pace of play.
Well, pace of play, absolutely. And you want to see if, that fastball offense that Tennessee's got can operate, on the road and be in a hostile environment. They've done it on the road. They did it at LSU a little bit. But if you think back to the LSU game, they were really good early. They didn't go up and down the field the way they do at home a lot of times.
And that also was an 11 a.m. kick.
Yeah, it was. It was an early kick. This will be at 2:30. But I think the other thing at play here, though, is, Georgia plays their biggest rival every year in a neutral site. That game's never between the hedges, or at least it hasn't been traditionally. It may be in the near future. Think about the rest of the teams they normally bring in there. They'll get Auburn in there every other year, but this was not a good Auburn team this year. You get a lot of Kentucky and South Carolina and Missouri and Vandy and just a lot of yuck. And it's probably easy for Georgia fans just to get kind of sucked into, we're going to I love going to Athens, but it's Missouri again. Yuck. I mean, they don't get a ton of big games in there because the East has been so bad over the last, decade or so, and they play Florida neutral site. So I think he's probably feels like I got to remind my fans, hey, we actually got the biggest game of the college football season is between the hedges. We don't get this a lot, so let's act like it, right?
Yeah.
You need to be excited for this one. Nothing is guaranteed to us. I'm sounding like a coach right now, man. Nothing's guaranteed to us. We don't just show up to Athens and win. I mean, it's the biggest college football game of the nation. We won't have one bigger until Conference Championship Saturday.
Yeah.
Well, I take that back. Ohio State, Michigan will be about the same
but
size.
That's rivalry weekend when we get there. I think it goes without saying the Georgia fans will be loud for all the reasons you said. You're making a case of why he has to remind them. I think they're so bored with their home schedule that this is an automatic. They will be juiced up. He needs to say nothing this weekend. The Georgia fans will be crazy.
Obviously, he didn't think so. You're right. That is odd for him to make that point.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. All right. We will get to more on Alabama coming up in a second. That's a huge game. Rankings tonight at 6 o'clock. But I never know when the drawing for these things are. I only find out afterwards that it was $1 billion and nobody won, and now we're at $1.2 billion in this Powerball. Does anybody know when we draw for this again? And
Wednesday.
Is it Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Is Lunsford?
Lunsford's the lottery man. Go for it, Lunsford.
I got tickets down, and Disney did not win last night, and Wednesday is the next one.
So are your tickets still good?
No, I only do it for one time.
So we need new tickets.
Yep. Yeah. So it's Wednesday and $1.2 billion. Last time when we all went in together and won, just not the biggest jackpot, but we won last time.
We did. I've still got that winning ticket. If anybody wants to go cash it in.
What was the total last time? Was it about this again? Was it right at $1 billion last time?
I want to say it was a little more.
No, I think it was. I think it was like 1.2, 1.3 or something.
Well, this is 1.2, and by the time we get there, it'll be 1.3 or whatever again. So, anybody running to the border for us?
Anybody headed to Georgia? Okay. Doesn't appear anyone is headed to Georgia.
LT,
I will for the right price.
LT is...
Well, the right price is us winning, Lunsford.
LT, as we speak right now, is very close to several borders.
He is.
Should we all call him at some point and try to get him to jump across the border? Well, I mean, he's not awake. We know that.
I got to drive
all
the way.
100% he's not listening.
I got to drive all the way over to Florida.
I got to drive 10 minutes out of my way. No way.
Not doing that. No, I mean, last time we won $12. So it would hard to be much worse. But if anybody's willing to drive, I'll kick in. I did it last time, so I'm out.
You drove last time and bought the tickets?
Yeah. I was going there anyway, but I still bought them.
Yeah.
So I'm out. I'm not doing it. But if anybody else wants to do it, I am all in on paying my portion.
See, it's already gone up a 0.5. It's 1.25 now. So just since I started when it was 1.2, it's already to 1.25 billion.
Yeah, look at Jim pushing up the lottery.
This thing is flying through the roof here.
Yeah.
All right, I'm in. I'm in for trying to be a billionaire. Anybody else?
Will you drive over there? When did we say the drawing was?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oof.
Tomorrow night, though, right?
All right, it's going to be tough. I mean, Jim, if you'll drive over there, I'll put my money in.
Well, I've got friends in lottery states. It's not like it's the old days. We got to mail them cash.
No, we can Venmo
What was the old thing you used to have to go down to the grocery store and get?
Oh, Western
Stamps?
Union?
Yeah, no, it was a cashier's check.
Yeah, cashier's check.
Or they'd wire you, Western Union to wire your money. We don't have to do that anymore. We can just Venmo them some cash. I got friends in lottery states.
Is that illegal? Are these guys trustworthy?
Well, what makes you think they're girls?
Why? Are these girls trustworthy?
As much as any girl is.
They got good feet?
I really can't think.
Oh, yeah?
I've never seen their feet.
Man, that's a big question.
I'm trying to think. But they're very trustworthy.
No, I'm saying
they work in the business.
Since it's illegal to do the lottery in the state, ask Lunsford, is it technically legal for us to send money to another state for people to buy lottery tickets?
While
for
you
us?
think about that, Lunsford, I'll tell you the.
Oh, okay. It's technically legal?
Like you saying if we Venmo somebody in Georgia to get tickets for us?
Yeah, is that legal?
Yeah.
Okay, well then I'm all in.
Our friends at the University of Montevallo want to remind you that if you're looking for some place for your son or daughter to go to school, it can be Montevallo. We've got the opportunity right now for you to schedule in-person tours at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Plus, you can find out a lot more about the school, including class sizes and things like new buildings going up, theater department, business schools, brand new, the communication school, and you can keep playing your college athletics from high school to college. Keep that athletic career going at Montevallo. 21 fully funded scholarship sports. Check it out at montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
We got a Huckleberry.
Clay Travis coming up at the top of the hour. What's the Huckleberry? Who do we have?
We got Clayton. He says he lives across. They can go across the street and buy him in Texas. If we'll send him the money, he'll get us our tickets.
Now, how do we know Clayton is trustworthy?
Well, I don't know.
You were doubting my friends. We're going to trust a random guy on a message board.
Well, he watches our show every day.
Yeah, he's family.
He's family basically to us. Yeah.
I mean, look, he uses a block letter C as his icon.
That's right.
Yeah. Clayton, replace that C with a picture. I want to see your face.
If I can see his face,
I want to see some phalanges.
And then we'll send you money. Clay's coming up on the other side here. One other note from college football. Hendon Hooker now your official Heisman favorite.
He should be.
It's Hendon Hooker, C.J. Stroud, Blake Corum, Caleb Williams, your top four right now to be sitting in New York on Heisman Saturday. All that is coming up as we go through November, that countdown to the Heisman as well, and the rivalry weekend into the conference championship. But the biggest weekend of the year, week 10 of college football, when we come back with Clay Travis, the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Gutter Cap.
Gutter Cap, with the leaves falling, wants to remind you that now is a great time to get those gutters capped so you never have to clean the leaves out again. Stay off those dangerous ladders. With almost 20 years of a service record in Birmingham, you know you can trust C-Stu and our guys at Gutter Cap. 823-2212, 823-2212. Clean out that gutter one last time. Cap it. Don't snap it with Gutter Cap.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is fed by Culver's. Welcome to Delicious. Visit Culver's for all your tailgating needs this football season. From chicken to burgers, find it at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, we got a low number alert for you on the Next Round golf cart. So go to nextround.store if you're going to buy the golf cart. They may not be there by the end of the day.
Yeah, they're done today. I'll go and tell you that.
Nextround.store, just a few left. So a low number alert on the golf carts that are out there. One of the courses, the Meadows. I'll be there later today, maybe in my last round of golf before next spring and summer because of the time change happening this weekend. Part of this show being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. If you woke up today and something wasn't running right, flowing right, or draining right, then remember Adam and Chad and the folks with Hemp Hill. 205-229-2090, 229-2090 for our friends at Hemp Hill Services. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill, 205-229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill.
All right, he is Clay Travis. He's the founder of Outkick, Fox Sports, and Clay Travis on Twitter, and he's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clay? How are you?
I'm doing great. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. It is, we said this about the Alabama game, but since Tennessee won that, it is now true about this game. The biggest game Tennessee will have played since the 2001 SEC championship game. That's been a minute, obviously. So as a Tennessee fan, how do you feel about it on Tuesday of game week?
I feel pretty good. I mean, I expect Tennessee to be number one in the college football playoff rankings when those come out tonight. And I think Tennessee's going to match up well. I think it'll be a tight game against Georgia. And if Tennessee loses, then I think there's a lot of permutations that could still allow them to get into the college football playoff. If Tennessee wins, I feel like, look, I don't want to jinx games against Missouri, South Carolina, and Vanderbilt, but Tennessee's going to be a big favorite in all of those games. And if they beat Georgia, I feel like they're going to be 12-0 with an opportunity to, punch their ticket here in Nashville, what will be a default home game for the Volunteers. So all that could feed in well. But obviously, you got to be defending national champions at their home field, which is not an easy task.
Hendon Hooker's now the betting favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. Am I right that Tennessee's never? I mean, it took Alabama forever to finally have one. Has Tennessee ever had a Heisman Trophy winner?
Yeah, Tennessee's never had a Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah.
So Peyton Manning got screwed by the Charles Woodson situation. If you guys remember that.
Oh yeah.
So Tennessee fans are still not over that one. I believe Heath Schuler came in second overall back in the 90s, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that was 92, right? Or 93. He was like the preseason favorite to win it. Yeah, but as you said, Charlie Ward was so good.
So I think Tennessee's had a guy finish second 3 times, because the other one that people are still mad about is Johnny Majors lost to Paul Hornung, which my dad in his generation will still talk about some. And Paul Hornung was, I think, on like a 4-8 Notre Dame team that year. So I believe that Tennessee has had a second-place Heisman person 3 different times, but never won it.
So that's a big game this weekend, 1 versus 2 in Tennessee and Georgia, 2:30 on CBS. Another big story, not only in our area but around college football, is the shoe finally dropped for Brian Harsin yesterday. Your initial reaction when you heard they finally pulled the plug in what everyone was assuming was an inevitable situation, what did you think?
Well, I saw you guys wearing the costumes, which was perfect.
That's the definition of our show, no doubt. Yeah.
As the news came down, particularly, I think, was it Dunaway? Was it you in the Barbie costume?
Actually, technically Ken, but yes.
Yeah, an alarming amount of people thought you were Barbie.
Yeah,
which
that's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm a they kind of guy.
Okay.
Yes.
Hashtag the they. Okay.
Yeah. So that was look, it's kind of expected it for a while. Obviously, it appears they wanted to allow Auburn to fire Brian Harsin to kind of give a clean deck, so to speak, to the new athletic director. And I think it's going to be obviously an intriguing hire. The names that immediately come to mind for me are Hugh Freeze. I don't think Lane Kiffin would leave Oxford for Auburn to do a Tommy Tuberville Part 2. To Ole Miss fans, so I think he's probably going to stay in Oxford. But I think Hugh Freeze and Dion are probably at the top of anybody's list.
Clay Travis is with us, founder of Outkick, at Clay Travis on Twitter. You also see him on Fox Sports. I'm curious, you said you thought Tennessee would be number 1. I do not disagree with you. I think they should be number 1 in the college football playoff poll. How do you think the rest of it will fall out? Give me, if you want to do 4, you want to do 6, whatever you want to do. What do you think it looks like tonight?
I think it'll be Tennessee 1, Georgia 2, Ohio State 3, Michigan 4, Bama 5, and then either TCU or Clemson. I think TCU deserves to be at 6, and Clemson deserves to be at 7, personally. So that would be my top 7 if I were breaking down the college football playoff right now. And
there will be outcry about Bama being, and I agree 100% with you on that, it's either TCU or Clemson at 6, and there'll be outcry about Bama being in front of some undefeated teams. But, I mean, if you're going to say Tennessee's number 1, Alabama went on the road and lost by a field goal at the Horn, it's kind of hard to drop them any lower than 5, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the argument will be they didn't play very well against Texas A&M and Texas, right? That'll be the outrage brigade that is upset if Alabama's in the 5 spot, like I just thought they might very well. I think the intriguing question becomes, so if Tennessee's 1 and loses, let's say, a competitive game on the road against Georgia, and then wins out to go 11-1, how far does 11-1 Tennessee fall from being number 1 and losing on the road to number 2 in the college football playoff ranking?
Well,
if they finish 11-1.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I would say just the very next week you have to keep them in front of Bama. So,
certainly.
I mean, yeah. So I think they would not fall any further than 4 immediately following the Georgia loss. And for Alabama, there's really nobody they can beat until the SEC championship game that would jump them over Tennessee. So I don't think Tennessee for the rest of the season would ever be out of the top 4 until championship Saturday.
Yeah, I think there's a scenario if Tennessee wins this Saturday that barring an upset along the way, that their one loss being in the SEC championship game, Tennessee basically playing for a playoff spot this weekend.
Well, you mean if they win this Saturday? I don't see a scenario where they're not in the college football playoff if they.
Well, it would take losing to Mizzou, South Carolina, or Vandy, right? Which doesn't seem likely. But yeah, I think you're right. I think if Tennessee beats Georgia, Tennessee basically is barring a collapse in one of those final three, in which case, by the way, they would still get a chance at redemption in the SEC championship game, right? Because they're not going to lose 2 out of 3 and lose the SEC East. So, a win in Georgia stamps them into it wins the East, basically. I mean, the East is on the line because I don't think either of these teams are going to lose multiple SEC games outside of this one, certainly, and that's what you'd have to do with the tiebreak scenario. So whoever wins this game wins the East, and I think effectively stamps themselves into the college football playoff. Now, Georgia's final 3 is a little bit more difficult than Tennessee's, I think. They got Mississippi State on the road, I believe, Kentucky on the road, and then Georgia Tech. So, look, I mean, it's possible they could lose one of those 3. I think it's unlikely. But I think their final 3 is a little bit tougher than Tennessee's final 3 would be.
My last question for you here, Clay. I don't know if Brown has any more, but this is what I wanted to get to, because we all saw whatever footage is available thus far of the Michigan State-Michigan fight inside the tunnel after the game the other night. And Jim Harbaugh is talking about players pursuing criminal charges. I know Jaden Burrows was still in the hospital yesterday with facial injuries, and the other young man had already retained a lawyer. What's your thought on that situation and maybe it rising to some criminal charges and what went on in that tunnel?
I hate when criminal charges get involved in, athletic-related endeavors. The parents seem furious over what happened, which I can certainly understand as a parent, and seem pretty much set that they're going to press charges. I always get a little bit queasy on these kind of situations because the charges are way easier to get when you're in the hometown of the aggrieved party. In other words, how would a DA look at these charges at Michigan State, for instance, as opposed to Michigan? I think that impacts the way that quote unquote justice is pursued here, because it's a lot of times politically very palatable for a local DA in Ann Arbor to charge somebody with a crime who happens to be, a rival school, whether it's Michigan State or Ohio State or whatever else. And in general, I'm anti needing to get criminal authorities involved. So I would prefer to see this handled by Michigan and Michigan State personally. But if the kids want to press charges, I think there's certainly, based on those videos, is evidence that there could be some legitimacy to criminal charges.
Look, I'm 100% with you on that, Clay. But I thought the whole Devontae Adams thing, that was a knucklehead thing for him to do, pushing a guy down.
Yeah, right. I agree. Yeah.
But I don't.
And I think I tweeted the same thing. Like, I don't like the idea of getting the criminal justice system involved.
But it is funny that anything that outside that field of play would normally have criminal charges, we're okay because it happens inside a field of play. I don't know why I feel that way, but I'm with you on that. But it is kind of a weird place to draw a line.
Yeah, and look, I thought, the one that I would say on the field of play that has probably been the most egregious in a long time was the Myles Garrett taking his helmet off and swinging it, on Thursday Night Football, I think it was.
Yeah, at Mason Rudolph was the quarterback, yeah.
That's right. And I think that happened in Cleveland, didn't it? And I remember thinking at the time that would likely have been treated different if it were in Pittsburgh. And I could be wrong on recalling that, but I feel like that game was played in Cleveland, which, again, the DA was less likely to want to pursue charges against a Cleveland Browns player, whereas if it had been, I think I'm correct on this, a lot of times when you see the charges filed, if you go and look at it and it's sports-related, it very often is, sort of the home team bringing charges against a rival opponent. And, even the Devontae Adams case, I don't think they would have filed charges against him in Las Vegas, right?
Right.
Or at least I think it would have been far less likely. That happened in Kansas City, and it's like, okay, well, we're going to go after, the rival player who makes a decision like this on the road, if I'm remembering all these locations correctly. But I just don't like to get the criminal justice system involved in, directly sports related things. And by the way, I would say the same thing. Like, I think it's awful, but if somebody throws a water bottle onto the field, like, I don't know that we need to, bring in the DA to prosecute that necessarily. I think kicking them out of the stadium, not allowing them to buy seats going forward, all of that can make a lot more sense. But everybody's trying, it seems like, at this point in time to try to get their moment in the sun, so to speak. I don't think that's necessarily the best way to pursue justice.
Had Michigan State, it's interesting though, had Michigan State not panicked, I don't know why they did it, and given Mel Tucker that massive contract last year, I wonder what his standing would be right now, because you've got the COVID year, which you kind of have to flush. He's got an 11-2, he's got a 3-5, but you've got a serious black eye on this program, and it's not playing good football. Like, I don't think he'd be about to get fired, but man, I would think the pressure would be cranked up on this guy right now. Yet they panicked last year and gave him this massive deal, so there's no pressure on the guy.
Yeah. Look, I think the downside of monster deals are, if it's a totally outlier season. Look at Auburn. Rewarding Gene Chizik. That was actually a national championship year. But imagine if Gene Chizik had that year right now, where it seems like these guaranteed deals and the contracts are becoming far more massive, and then the wheels come off the program afterwards. I mean, I think you saw it a little bit with LSU, with the way they responded to Coach O. I mean, he had obviously, in fact, if you want to, kind of draw a historical parallel, I think you can argue 2022 Tennessee is a little bit like 2019 LSU right now. Now, certainly Tennessee fans hope that the stability of the program is going to be better. But Hendon Hooker is a transcendent transfer quarterback, top of the Heisman board. Offense, if you look at the numbers, Tennessee's offense through 8 weeks has actually been better than LSU's offense was through the first 8 weeks of the season when they won the 2019 national championship. And then you guys remember, I was there. It was a great game. But week 9 was LSU goes on the road and beats Alabama and wins the SEC West effectively and kind of stamps themselves as, hey, we're for real. And now Tennessee has that same sort of scenario, 9th week of the season, 9th game of the season, on the road against Georgia with the SEC divisional championship on the line, and also a question of, hey, how legit are they as national championship contenders this year? Both teams kind of came out of nowhere.
All right, he is Clay Travis, Outkick founder, also with Fox Sports. You can see him on Twitter at Clay Travis. Thank you for the time, Clay. Have a great week.
Hey, appreciate y'all having me. Thanks a lot.
All right, buddy. Take care. Clay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Rockstar, I think he's pulling for Tennessee this weekend. I don't know if he was.
Clay?
Yeah. No, I think if you'll go back and listen, I think he's down on Tennessee.
The recruiting ground that is Tennessee?
It's a 300-mile radius. Yeah. I think he's on the Vols this weekend. Johnston RV Center is the hotline where you found that interview, and they are clearing out the 2022s to make room for the 23s. If you're looking to upgrade a fifth wheel, what about that Wildcat 302BH fifth wheel, $399 a month, 10% down and approved credit. It's room for the whole family. It sleeps 8, large screen, fireplace, the max insulation package, 2 air conditioners, not just one, but 2 air conditioners. You can see it and all of it at JohnstonRVCenter.com and Johnston RV Center, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur.
Justin Hokanson in the next segment, back to the Brian Harsin aftermath and what went down yesterday at Auburn from Hokanson's point of view. And I'm told Hoke was on his way to meet with Brian Harsin right before the firing happened. So we'll talk to Hoke about what was happening yesterday down at Auburn in just a second. One note before Rockstar gives us his viewing menu. There are things you can do, I think, even on the sporting field that could rise to the level of criminal charges. This wasn't in the game. This was in the tunnel, and it was a group of people against one individual. Now, what I would like to see is, was there, any instigation from that one person? Doesn't make it right for it ever to be 5-on-1, 10-on-1, no matter what somebody says. But, I would like to know more about what went on before you get into criminal cases. But I don't think just because it's in a sports tunnel after a sporting event that there can't be criminal charges. There can. I mean, he's at one point, one guy swinging a helmet at a guy, and you could kill somebody.
You could. I think it would have to rise to egregious levels for there to be criminal charges, and you could argue that is egregious. I wouldn't have a problem with that argument. But I'm like Clay. It is a slippery slope. When you go into the field of play, there are a lot of things you're accepting could happen to you.
Right.
And it's a slippery slope to start
But 10-on-1 in a tunnel is not one of them.
It looked like the kid got jumped. It really did.
Yeah.
I mean, out in society, if you're out in the wild there, you would say that kid got jumped.
Yeah. So, I'm not saying just because it was a sporting event, I'm against the criminal charges.
I'm with you.
But it is very uncomfortable to watch. And I saw a video for about 4 minutes of, actually some Michigan State players before the incident. They were walking through the tunnel to the locker room, and patting each other on the back, talking to each other. Some assistant coaches saying things to each team. I mean, you don't have to act like an idiot just because you're in the same tunnel there with players walking down to different locker rooms. So don't blame it on the tunnel. Blame it on the people.
Well, the tunnel's a bad design, though. You really shouldn't have that.
Over 100 years, you haven't had what's happened here recently.
Well, guess what? You do now.
Yeah, so
you might want to look
is it a societal problem, or is it a tunnel problem?
Well, the tunnel's stupid. I mean, you got all these guys that have been fighting for 3 hours,
I
and
understand,
emotions are high, and we're asking them to walk through this cramped
Yeah.
hallway together.
I'd like to think we could be better as people walking back to a locker room after a game, that we are not going to sling helmets at each
Well,
other.
I don't disagree with you, but I think the evidence is starting to stack up. We cannot. In that tunnel.
Rockstar's viewing menu before we get to Justin Hokanson, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. We've got Major going over the top for one of Bear Bryant's national championships. That's part of the Daniel Moore Art collection. You can get a part of it. 800-735-2787, 800-735-2787, or see everything online, danielmooreart.com. Great for the holidays, danielmooreart.com. Rockstar.
On Peacock tonight, they released a bunch of movies being released on November 1st. Whiplash from 2014 with J.K. Simmons and Miles Teller. It's a fantastic movie. J.K.
Still never
Simmons,
seen it. Yeah.
Really, really good. Very intimidating. And then 10:35 on CBS tonight for The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Somebody that disappears, you wonder, like, what have they been up to lately? Have they anything to promote? Like, is he going to have anything to talk about? Do you guys remember the show Friends?
I do remember Friends, yeah. David Schwimmer?
No, there's a character named Chandler Bing, played by Matthew Perry.
Matthew Perry, yeah, he's back.
He's got a little bit of an update on his life, and they're going to talk to Stephen Colbert about that tonight on The Late Show.
He told to Diane Sawyer about it too, right?
Did he really?
I sort of heard. I never saw it.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
That's what I heard. I mean, has that aired yet?
Last Friday night.
Did it? Okay.
I didn't see it. But that's Daniel A. Moore's New Life Art TV update, brought to you by our friends DanielMooreArt.com, DanielMooreArt.com. When we come back, Justin Hokanson on the Brian Harsin firing and what's next from the perspective of the guy who writes for Auburn Live on 3 Sports right here when TNR continues.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions, and the cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Back with you on TNR. Don't forget Bud Light Game Night, Steel Gastro Pub, Lakeview, happening Thursday night. We'll be down there. We gave away a pair of Alabama tickets last Bud Light Game Night. Winners got an email, so they'll be picking that up. We'll see what gifts we got happening this Thursday night. Before Justin Hokanson joins the conversation to continue talking about Brian Hartson and the move Auburn has made, let me tell you about Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. When's the last time you had that roof inspected? If it hasn't been recently, it's probably time to get it checked out as winter approaches. Greg Nelson, here's his cell number. He'll get up on your roof and give you a free no-cost inspection. 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Winter's coming. You need the protection of your roof. Let him inspect it right now for free, no obligation. Or you can just look him up on Facebook. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. He's got all the warranties. He's locally owned for over 20 years. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
All right, AuburnLive.com is part of On3 Sports, and our buddy Justin Hokanson is a big part of that. Obviously, a very busy day down in Auburn yesterday. Hoke is kind with his time to join us, and he's been swamped with everything. @_J Hokanson is where you follow him on Twitter to keep updated with everything going on at Auburn. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Hoke? How are you today?
Good.
Good,
man. It was a busy day yesterday, but I'm hanging in there, man.
Yeah, so let's start. Let's start how your day was going. So Brian Hartson had gotten pissed about something you wrote or said, and you were on your way to meet him. I mean, can you kind of give us the background there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what his specific issue was, but I received a call at probably 11 saying, "Hey, can you come up here at noon? Coach Hartson just wants to talk to you." I'm like, all right, cool. About what? And again, I think maybe just some things you wrote. He just wants to talk to you. I'm like, sure, fine. So I was on the way up there. Yeah, it was like 11:45, 11:50. I was literally on the way up there. Supposed to meet with him in 10 minutes. And that's when the email came through. There was somebody up there. I texted, I said, hey, I'm about to be there in 10 minutes. They said, okay. 3 minutes later, they said, no need to come.
Oh my gosh. So, I mean, not that he was blindsided. He knew he was getting fired at some point, but to that extent, he was a little bit blindsided by the timing, I guess.
Yeah, he was going about his business, clearly. I guess his business was made that day.
Well, what makes you think it was negative? Maybe he was going to give you the scoop and let you know he's about to be fired. Maybe he was going to say, hey, you can go ahead and break this. They're coming to finalize the details, but go ahead, Hoke. You can break the story.
That doesn't meet his MO. But but I would say no. It was going to be, I think, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty vocal, but a lot of people have been vocal at that point about where things stood and what Auburn should do. So
what was the reaction yesterday from all your viewers and listeners? Just tell me the feedback. Was, first of all, on the firing, was it relief, weight off their shoulders, and then when it starts talking about the who's next, who they want, give me the big feel of the whole day for you, the whole gamut.
I think that I think when it was announced, it was like a weight off of people's back. I mean, certainly on our message board, which is probably, they're the diehards, but it's probably going to be that feeling was probably pretty consensus about this waiting and wondering of he needs to go, but when is he going to go, and just frustration. And it was like honestly was like a weight lifted off of their backs. Like, that's done, he's gone, and now we can start to try to look forward, move forward, think about moving forward. What does it look like? So yeah, I mean, I think it was just a day that needed to happen of kind of resetting things. And now we can sort of make the transition to looking forward. I think the Carnell Williams announcement was a good one. I said, hey, I think that they need to probably stay home with that one, rally the fans, give somebody an opportunity. So that went over well. And then now look, there's just, as there always is, there's optimism early on in a coaching search. And the longer it goes on, it will turn into, more pessimism, I guess, if it feels like you're missing on candidates. But for now, there's some optimism about what Chris Roberts and John Cohen are going to do. I wrote a piece today, where I feel like there is a real concerted effort to create alignment, to allow Roberts to make the hire. And then now Roberts has told Cohen, you make the hire on football. I think the power brokers are saying the right things, certainly, in terms of, hey, we want to be a part of it, but it's your hire. Okay. I don't know if that's because last time it went so poorly, and so you almost now have to start to change how you think about some of these things. So there's some optimism early on about maybe how this will go.
Okay, but let me stop you right there, though. So you're telling me the boosters are telling Cohen it's his hire? Because
Roberts is telling Cohen it's your hire. Okay. You're running this thing.
What are the boosters telling Cohen? Do you know yet?
I mean, I think their message is, loop us in. We want to talk to you. I don't think they've had any real conversations with him in terms of, hey, what's your vision?
Okay.
But I think what they've told Roberts is, hey, that's fine. You do your thing. We just want to be looped in. We want to be able to give you feedback. We want to be a part of the process. But there's not, I wouldn't say there's not demands. There's not ultimatums. It's a respectful and healthy, to me, conversation between Roberts and the boosters so far of, okay, we'll stay back until maybe if there's a situation where they feel like they don't need to, but they're saying the right things in terms of trying to let this thing play out the right way, but still wanting feedback, which anybody who gives that amount of money is going to want that. You can't shut them out completely.
All right, he is Justin Hokanson at _Jay Hokanson, part of On3 Sports Auburn Live. Auburn does have a game. I mean, you do all this, now you got a game with a now depleted staff. What do you think, at least the offensive side, with Eric Esau out, Carnell's the head coach, what does this look like for play calling and just some sort of offensive staff on Saturday against State?
Yeah, so we put up a story this morning, actually just a little bit ago, with kind of some shifts on offense. So offensive analyst Jeff McDaniels is going to help with the running backs now that Carnell Williams is doing a lot more head coaching duties. Will Friend will be the offensive coordinator. Ike Hilliard will help there as co-OC, so it might be a joint effort between Will Friend and Ike Hilliard calling plays. Kendall Simmons, who's an offensive analyst, will now help with Will Friend along the offensive line and help there as needed. And then Joe Bernardi, who is helping Will Friend, will move up a little bit in terms of an assistant and will coach the tight ends, which is where Brad Bedell was, and he's gone. And then offensive analyst Mike Hartline will now coach the quarterbacks with Keesall's gone. Of course, Mike Hartline was a quarterback at Kentucky. His brother's Brian Hartline at Ohio State. So that's kind of the shift there, just kind of everybody taking over some new duties and new roles and shifting around there. I think preparation to me is where the struggles are going to be. A lot of these guys now have to do things and game plan in ways maybe they hadn't before. And that's the tough thing. I mean, it's all about the preparation. And I think it'll be an interesting week and see what they can do out on the field on Saturday. It's hard to have super high expectations. I mean, there's got to be a little bit of grace given to this staff basically taking over new roles, and then go try to put together a winning strategy.
So it appeared, Hoke, that anybody that had Boise ties just about got the axe, except for Jeff Schmedding. Why was he spared, do you think?
I don't know, other than I'm just not sure they could afford to lose him specifically. I don't know. There's nobody really else on that defensive staff that has been at the level of a coordinator or I think could game plan and scheme a defense yet. I'm just not sure. Offense, maybe you can piece it together, and Ike Hilliard's been around, and Will Friend's been around. You could call plays. I'm not sure that situation was there on defense, and so I would imagine that's why he's stuck around. But yeah, everybody else, down to the strength and conditioning coach, Jeff Pittman, Brad Larondo, Darren Usher, who was in recruiting. I mean, the gamut. If you had a connection with Boise, you were gone pretty quickly.
Justin Hokanson's with us as we continue to talk about what is next for Auburn. So the candidates who had traction yesterday in your world at Auburn Live on 3 Sports with your audience, and then personally for you, because you've been around this a long time. Give me 1 or 2 people you're interested in that you think are realistic people, and start with your opinion first, and then I want to hear what your fans think.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly Lane Kiffin's in the mix. Certainly Deion Sanders will get a look, which I've been saying for a while. I think he'll get a look. Past that, it's hard to tell. Hugh Freeze has always been in the picture. He wants the job. There's boosters that would love for him to get the job. But again, that could potentially be a hang-up with Cohen and the president just signing off on him. There's a lot there. Matt Rule is a name that it's being tossed around a little bit. There's some mutual interest there. I understand that Matt Rule was calling some people yesterday about the Auburn job, saying, "Hey, what do you think about Auburn? What's your impressions?" Things like that. So, he's in the mix. I don't know how much Cohen likes him or not. Those are kind of the 4 I'm focused on. Jeff Grimes was in the mix, I think, when John Hartwell was the potential AD. There was a connection there. Now I'm not sure where Jeff Grimes falls into the mix without head coaching experience. I'm not sure that he would get the job. If you want to get crazy, Dan Lanning would probably be a guy on the outside. You'd say, well, maybe. I don't think I'd put it past some kind of rep or representatives for those sides to at least chat. I don't know the details of his contract. I don't know the buyout. I don't know any of that. But just given Lanning's ties, and I could see that being, hey, should we look into him? Past that, I think that's the focus right now. If it gets past kind of those 4 guys I mentioned first, then I think we can sort of shift things. Kiffin, it's all about money. He wants a lot of money.
Okay, but let's start there. I got 2 I want to focus on, and Lane Kiffin 1. Why would he leave Ole Miss and come to Auburn? What's the selling point in your opinion on how Auburn could get Lane Kiffin to leave Ole Miss and come to Auburn?
Yeah, I think the selling point is going to be 1, NIL. Auburn and On to Victory, they've got, they're pushing $15 million in there in collective. I'm not sure he's gotten that kind of NIL support at Ole Miss. He's begging for fans to come to games. I think if he's sitting there looking, how do I legitimately beat Nick Saban and Kirby Smart every year? I'm not sure that he thinks that can happen at Ole Miss. You have a $100 million football facility at Auburn that's about to be built. You have a collective that's just begging to get behind somebody and pour these millions of dollars in. You have a new AD who's been in the SEC. It's actually, people kind of dog the opportunity at Auburn. There's actually a lot of positives to go in there with a new AD and those things I mentioned, to go in there and create something and get it going pretty quickly and have some alignment. And you got to you're staying in the SEC. Kiffin knows that as well. And look, if somebody gives him the money, he's going to listen. So I think there's some things that he'll look, especially if he comes to Auburn and checks some of those things out. There's the other factor of it's I think a factor. I don't know how big a factor in terms of Mississippi State law, where you can't go beyond 4-year contracts. And that kind of, from what I understand, that sort of bugs him a little bit. You basically just keep getting extended to 4 years, and he would love an 8-year deal or a 10-year deal. And that's it. I think that's a factor as well.
Yeah, and then the Hugh Freeze thing, because we're talking about a group of boosters who were upset that they couldn't get Kevin Steele, the 64-year-old Kevin Steele, the job last time, and that's why we're in this situation again. So if they like Hugh Freeze, and it's not Hugh Freeze, do you think those boosters will be able to take anyone else that's not named Hugh Freeze if that's who they want?
I'll say I don't know everyone, but I would say yes. I have talked to a couple that do like Hugh Freeze,
right,
and said, hey, we've literally that they would be fine with Hugh and they like Hugh as a candidate, but they've also said, hey, but we have to support what's going on, and they're not going to push it. They're not, it's so yes, I think this is a little bit different than a few years ago where, do some of them want Hugh Freeze? Yes. But if you came back with Kiffin, I don't think they're going to push back on that. Okay. You know what I mean? So I think that it's a little different.
The ones that wanted Kevin Steele, and they came with Brian Hartson, who they didn't know, they weren't comfortable, which is why they kept being upset about no Kevin Steele. They would be okay with a Lane Kiffin or somebody like that. Yeah,
I think so. And the dynamic's different between who's doing the hiring. Alan Green, that was they Alan Green they didn't like already anyway. So the fact that he got to make that choice probably just upset them more. And so now you have a fresh AD that's coming in that I think they want to give a chance. So that dynamic's different too.
Okay.
Andrew makes the joke, like Kiffin has a sense of humor. Publicly, he doesn't. If you deal with him in a one-on-one, he's a lot different guy.
Really an introvert.
Yeah, very much an introvert and almost a little socially awkward. But in press conferences, you saw him in the interview after the game where he did the Joker joke. If Kiffin in his next press conference doesn't say, I am not leaving here unless they take me out in a pine box, then Lane Kiffin has lost his fastball.
That'd be a good one.
Yeah. I mean, if he's got any comedic timing at all, Hoke, he uses that line. I mean, you got to do it, right?
Yeah. I agree. I am curious to see what he says on the teleconference. I'm sure somebody might mention it to him. I'm curious to see maybe what his reaction is to some of the questions he's going to get.
Yeah. All right. He is Justin Hokanson. Go follow Hoke. Good gosh. I mean, I know I grew up in Calhoun County, but I can do better than that. Go follow Hoke on Twitter @_J Hokanson, @_J Hokanson on 3 Sports, AuburnLive.com. He'll keep you updated on everything in the Auburn coaching search. Hoke, thank you very much for the time. No, it's a busy time. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, you got it. Thanks.
All right,
as
buddy.
always.
Take care. Hoke with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
And the show being brought to you in part by the folks at the Pants Store. You got a couple more home games at Jordan-Hare Stadium, a few more in Tuscaloosa as well. But whether you're home or away with your favorite team, you can be in the best gear from the Pants Store. See the entire line online at pantstore.com, or you can follow them on social media at the Pants Store. 7 great locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and in Auburn for your game day hats, Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O and Gentile. And of course, it's the holiday season. What's better for the Auburn, Alabama UAB fan in your life than the perfect game day gear from the Pants Store? Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and now in Auburn, Alabama. Check them out at thepantstore.com, pantstore.com. All right, much more coming up as we continue the conversation here, not only about a coaching search, but the other jobs that are open. Remember, UAB is open as well. So too is Charlotte. And then the Power 5 jobs of Nebraska, Georgia Tech, Colorado, Arizona State, Wisconsin, and now Auburn. But when we come back in the next segment, a little bit on Alabama and LSU. Big game this week. The Tide trying to keep their national championship hopes alive. They got to win the West to get to Atlanta first. They can't lose again. We'll talk about the Tide and the Tigers down on the Bayou when we come back right here on TNR, being brought to you in part by our friends at Cowan. Cowan will give you a poll question coming up in a little bit. You need to get that rental equipment. Cowan can do it for you.
Or that brand new plastic on the seat piece of equipment, which can be tough to find. They can handle that with you as well. Also, they've got superior service, superior parts. They're your heavy equipment solution from rental to new. Their sales is superior at Cowan, cowan.com. That is cowan.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99. Or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing Shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
I told you earlier about Georgia's outside linebacker Nolan Smith done for the year, torn pectoral muscle. So Nolan Smith is out. not only for the Tennessee game, but the rest of the year for the defending national champs. For Florida, Brenton Cox Jr. is also done for the year. Dismissed from the team. One-time Georgia Bulldog, transferred to Florida, was leading the team in tackles for losses, but he allegedly in that game took a swing at Kenny McIntosh of Georgia, the running back, and Billy Napier has dismissed him from the team. He says it's a cumulative, several things that led up to the dismissal, so Florida is moving forward without Brenton Cox Jr. as they continue down their road. I believe Florida and Texas A&M play each other this week. One new coach whose season has started to slide in a bad direction, and one veteran coach, Jimbo Fisher, who's been in a bad place for a while now.
New coach has the better record. That's what's crazy about it. When those two met, I don't think I could have gotten you to bet on Billy Napier having the better record.
No, 4-4 and 3-5, I believe, as they do battle this weekend. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. If you're looking for a way to start getting in shape this off season to be ready for next summer, with the shirtless season when you get out on the beach and by the lake again, time to start thinking about our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie and her board-certified team can help you start dropping those unwanted pounds. They help you get your blood pressure and cholesterol back in check as well. Live the healthy life with our friends at Way to Wellness. Here's how you get more details and sign up for a free consultation. You go to the website at planforme.com, planforme.com. And you can find out right there about everything Way to Wellness offers. That includes no contract, no sign-up fees, and again, a free consultation. It's a planforme.com, planforme.com, Way to Wellness. In the NFL, Lunsford is back with us today. His Titans at one point, I believe, 0-2. They've now won 5 straight games. They're 5-2 now. The Titans are looking good. And a couple of big marks for Derrick Henry, the former Alabama running back, this past Sunday. Henry gets his 6th 200-plus yard rushing game. Now, if you don't pay attention to the NFL, 200 is big in college, too.
Oh, it's huge in the NFL.
But it's huge in the NFL. His 6th 200-yard rushing game ties him for the most all-time in NFL history with O.J. Simpson and Adrian Peterson. So one more 200-plus rushing game for Derrick Henry, and he becomes the first person ever to do that 7 times.
Lunsford, I don't know if Lunsford watched any of that game. Titans-Texans. Did you watch any of that at all, Lunsford?
No, the Titans still suck, even though they're 5-2.
I mean, I watched every bit of it.
Can't be 5-2 and suck.
Yeah, well, hey, no, Zach points this out, Lunsford. This is crazy. You guys are leading your division at 5-2 and still have a negative point differential.
Yep. Like I said, the Titans still suck.
I mean, I think Lunsford's right. I don't think the Titans are very good.
The Titans were a 1 seed last year. We saw how that turned out for them. They're going to end up being a top 4 seed again. They'll win the division.
Oh, it's
They'll
a terrible
destroyed in the first round.
Terrible division. They'll walk with that division.
Tannehill didn't play this past week.
He did not.
How long is he out?
I have no idea.
Because Malik Willis is not the answer.
No, he's not. He had the flu this week, and he was a little banged up. I don't think he's out long term. But to Lunsford's point, I don't think you rush him back because it's a terrible division. Indianapolis has fired their offensive coordinator today. You're at the Chiefs this coming Sunday night. You're probably not going to win that one with or without Tannehill.
Just take the L.
Yeah, take the L. Start Malik Willis there. But my point was going to be the Texans knew what was coming and couldn't stop Derrick Henry. He still had a 200-yard game when they knew they're not going to let Malik Willis throw the football around the yard here. They're going to try to run the ball. And Henry still had a 200-yard game. It was crazy.
He's really turned into one of the best of all time. And in Oiler and Titan history, his 75th touchdown this past week is now number 1 all time. If you take the Oilers and Titans franchise and combine them there, he's number 1 all time in touchdowns.
Yeah.
Passing, guys like Earl Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
So an amazing
Eddie
career.
George.
Amazing career for Derrick Henry there and what he's been able to do in that Titan blue up there. Part of the NFL last night, Cleveland won it 32-13 over Cincinnati, and what was really an impressive performance by that Browns defense, really getting into Joe Burrow's grill all night last night. All right, amazing musical thing to tell you about after Brownie tells you about our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
It is Greystone Chiropractic and Element Wellness all under one roof. Greystone Chiropractor, Dr. Lee gets you straightened out, but Element Wellness, full body, man, just like Dr. Lee takes care of on the chiropractic side, Element Wellness does with IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting. Listen, it's just top to bottom there. If you want to feel better, look better, heal better, elementwellness.me. Elementwellness.me. Tattersall Park, 119-280. It is Element Wellness.
I know we live in a different musical world now than when I was a kid, and I would listen to Casey Kasem for just a short period of time. And then there was somebody after Casey Kasem who would do the top 40 countdown each week.
Ryan Seacrest?
No, it was before Ryan Seacrest.
Oh, was it Rick James? Not Rick James.
It was something. It was something.
What's that guy's name? Rick something. Oh, I can't remember his name now.
But you're right. He replaced Casey Kasem.
I remember that.
Yeah. So it was the top 40 countdown. They use Billboard for that, don't they, Rockstar? Billboard's musical chart, the Hot 100.
Usually.
That's what they use for the top 40. Rick Dees.
Rick Dees. That's right. It was. Yeah.
So it was Casey Kasem, Rick Dees. I'm a Shadow Stevens guy now on hit on Sirius XM Radio. Shadow does it over there. That's where my 40 and 40 countdown is. Taylor Swift this week in Billboard.
So you know what Rick Dees has, though?
Dees nuts.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry.
Taylor Swift this weekend will have not only the number 1 song, she'll have the number 2 song, the number 3 song, the number 4 song, the number 5 song, the number 6 song, the number 7 song, the number 8 song, the number 9 song, and the number 10 song.
No, she's not going to have the whole top 10.
Oh,
nobody else has released any music then. That's all that means.
The headlines were out today, Brown. For the first time in music history, one artist has all top 10 songs in the weekly Billboard Hot 100.
So nobody's releasing anything right now, Rockstar.
November's usually a slow month.
Yeah, I mean that's what that tells me.
Still, like there are people still releasing music,
and I'm not
huge names.
Yeah, I'm not trying to crap on her parade there. I mean, she's obviously very, very successful, and I'm not a fan, but really good at what she does. But this is just a sign that there aren't a whole lot of releases. You can't have the whole top 10.
She does. She's got the
I
entire
know,
top
but
10.
not in a normal situation.
Well, the normal situation now, Brown, is we release they don't release songs as singles anymore.
Right.
The whole album is out
Yeah.
and is able to stream, so that impacts how Billboard does their 100 now. Back in the day, on an album like this, they would have released one song and they would have watched it go up the charts, and then another
and
one.
drip. Yeah.
And now it's all out there. And actually, I think this has happened once before when an artist had 9 of the top 10. I think it was a Drake album, maybe, had 9 of the top 10. So a really neat run for Taylor Swift there. So if you're listening to the countdown this weekend, boom, goes all the way. 10 to number 1 will be all Taylor Swift songs. Basically, they'll just play the album. The last hour of the countdown, they'll just play the album for you at that point. Ken says it was September of 2021. Drake had 9 of the top 10.
Wow, with that, yeah.
So she breaks that record. So it's different now with the way they do that. When we come back, we will get into our trash segment. We're moving it up a little earlier so Brandon Marcello can join us. And John Parker Wilson will be with us at 10:45. Marcello at 11:45 for John Parker, 11:25 Central Time for Brandon Marcello, all still to come. But trash is in the next segment. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at MyBookie. If you're looking to get in some action tonight with Maction or the Major League Baseball World Series Game 3, MyBookie.ag can make it happen.
Yeah, that's right. They've got the biggest selection of odds, contests for all your sports betting online there. And it's anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag. Try that money bag deal, man. It's a one-of-a-kind opportunity where you spin for crazy odds on props and futures. You place your bet, you spin the wheel, and you could score epic odds on the best teams, athletes, and events. When you go to MyBookie.ag, code next round, they'll match that deposit bonus up to $1,000. Your initial deposit matched up to $1,000 with code next round. It's not just a sports book. It's a community. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Fall is here and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western Wear, open Monday through Saturday. Just look for that big red building on I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, and always follow Jack's Western Wear on Facebook and Twitter. The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll open up the phone lines here this hour, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. That'll get you on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Talk a little Bama and LSU as well this hour. First half of the show, a lot on Brian Harsin being dismissed yesterday as the Auburn head coach and the search that is underway now with the new athletic director about to officially be introduced down at Auburn. Part of the show this hour being brought to you by the great folks at Wayne's.
866-WAYNES-1 is the number down way. 866-WAYNES-1 as we enter November. Remember the fall shutdown season. Very important for your yard. It is critical right now. You get the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in the soil and root system so that in the spring and summer, your yard is the best yard in the neighborhood. You got to take care of that right now, though, in the fall shutdown season. You don't have to take care of it. You let Wayne's do it. 866-WAYNES-1. Get on board with EnviroLawn. EnviroLawn is the program they offer, and right now we're making you a great offer. We'll pay for the first month. Use code TNR. 11 months is all you pay for. Get 12 months, pay for 11 with the code TNR. The first month is free when you call for EnviroLawn at 866-WAYNES-1.
Earlier we were talking Michigan and Michigan State. Axel's on the phone with us. He joins us now. Axel, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, all right. Just watched the rocket launch earlier, but anyway.
We put one up today? I didn't know we put one up.
Yeah, about 9:41. Saw it lift off. It's only about 30 miles south of me.
Man, that's really cool. I've always wanted to come watch a rocket launch, so I need to come down there, man.
Come on down. Great place to live.
Yeah,
anyway, I was watching the Michigan game, and with about 2 minutes to go, Michigan got the ball back somewhere around midfield, and the very first play they ran was a double reverse halfback pass down to the 20-yard line. It was ruled a catch, but then ruled not a catch. And the guy asked Todd Blackledge, "Do you have a problem with that?" And Blackledge says, "I got a little bit of a problem with it." And Michigan was kind of in a hurry-up offense, ahead by 22 points. They eventually got it down to the 25-yard line, and it hit me. Michigan is a 22-point favorite, and I thought maybe Harbaugh is trying to get some more points so his bettors would be a lot happier. But they did not take any knees. Then they threw a 15-yard pass, but they ended up with it around the 25-yard line. And right at
we're losing Axel. I think I got enough of Axel's question there. Number one, that's a pretty. I did not realize Michigan State was such a heated rivalry until recently.
Yeah, you're right. It is a bloodletting of a rivalry.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, I always knew Michigan-Ohio State was a very serious rivalry. I don't guess I realized how hot Michigan State would get, and Michigan has dominated that rivalry 72-38, and they got 5 ties. So it would not surprise me if it was just, pouring salt in Michigan State's wounds. But I would also not discount the fact coaches act like they don't know the point spread. But I've had former coaches I've talked to, maybe not head coaches, but former coaches like, oh, yeah, it's known because it keeps the money people. That we know a lot of our boosters and fans are betting on the game. And if we got a chance to cover, we'll cover if we know what it is.
It went off at 23, minus 23. Michigan was a 23-point favorite in that game, and the money was split, by the way, 51% on Michigan State, 49% on Michigan.
All right.
For those that are interested in that kind of stuff. To Axel's point, and to your point, I can totally understand that. But also, just if you take gambling out of it,
right?
What does Jim Harbaugh and Michigan have ahead of them? They have possibly a loss to Ohio State and not playing in the Big Ten championship game, and they've got to somehow look overwhelmingly good to the selection committee. Like, wow, they've been so dominant over everyone else, and they lost a close one to Ohio State. Let's put them in the 4-team college football playoff. So you're trying to get points too. I could see it where they need that margin of victory, that dominating performance. If they're starting to reflect back on it, and maybe the freshness of the game isn't in mind, and one of the 13 people in that selection committee looks right there at the score and says, "Oh, they won it by more than 23."
And on top of all that, this is a school you're recruiting against. I think that plays into it. I mean, they're going head-to-head for guys in that state, so. No, I think Axel's spot on. I think a lot of things could have played into that. I mean, I had quit watching that game by then. I'm a double reverse halfback pass up by 3, that is a lot. Yeah.
I don't know if Axel was insinuating that led to what went on in the tunnel or
Well,
not.
it's possible.
But obviously, tempers are always heated in that rivalry game. All right. Part of the show being brought to you as well this hour by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew currently just opened up for lunch. They just rang the bell, so you can go get some great lunch on 119 in Alabaster. One thing is very consistent in our chat room. They argue about politics and music and all sorts of things over there, favorite teams, who should be in the 14 playoffs. One thing they never argue about over there is where they get their best fried chicken. They all say when they drive from all around to go to Champy's Chicken, Sterling's place on 119 in Alabaster. Great southern fried chicken, the hand-cut chicken fingers, the po' boys, and so much more, including the Mississippi Delta tamales. You can get those today at champyschicken.com. This is Brian Kelly yesterday starting his news conference. If you don't remember, yesterday was also someone else's birthday. Here's Brian Kelly.
Well, it's a big day, as you know. It's Nick Saban's birthday, so I want to wish him a happy birthday to start this off, and maybe that'll soften things up a little bit. But you can always start a press conference by throwing a little happy birthday wish out to your opposing coach.
Wow. God, he didn't quite land the plane with the joke there. He didn't quite. He thought it was going to get a laugh, so he didn't really have the follow-up ready to go there. And then,
did he run 100 miles before he got there? Was he just doing bleachers?
Didn't quite get the laugh he wanted, so he didn't know really how to get the plane on the runway there.
Okay, trash in just a second. But first, a little bit about this Alabama-LSU game. Henry To'oTo'o first. The biggest challenge in this game is controlling the offense that'll be thrown out there by LSU, and that pretty much has turned into Jaden Daniels. Running the football, he's their leading rusher. Throwing the football, he's obviously their leading passer. Henry To'oTo'o, we'll talk to him live on the show Friday, but yesterday he was talking about the challenge of playing the dual threat Jaden Daniels.
So you already saw a dual threat quarterback this year in KJ Jefferson, but from the early looks at the film, how does Jaden Daniels kind of compare and contrast to him?
They're two totally different guys, two guys that can do the same thing. But I feel like Jaden is a really elusive guy. He's so fast. He's almost like a running back. So quick in and out of his cuts. And he can throw the ball too. So, I think Jaden's going to be a huge problem for us this weekend, being able to scheme up for him and tackle him in space. But super excited about him. He's definitely one of those quarterbacks you got to prepare for. And you got to tackle well. You got to practice well to be able to go against guys like that. But we have a great scout team that will prepare us for him, and we're going to be ready for this week.
Yeah, so credit to the scout team who will try to get him ready, but Jaden Daniels has been so good. It seems like Jaden Daniels' style of play, though, plays into what Alabama does really well.
I don't disagree with you. They don't run the ball particularly well outside of him. He leads them in rushing by a significant margin. They've struggled to run the ball effectively, so if you can limit his runs, boy, you've made them super one-dimensional, which is what Nick Saban and any defensive guy always sets out to do. You wonder how much spying they will do of him. And you wonder if that guy we just heard from will get a little bit of that, right?
Will be a part of that.
Yeah.
Tennessee was able to take Alabama deep on some passes and then kill them with some underneath runs there, and not from the quarterback position. We'll see if they're able to pass the ball deep to loosen up that front seven. Alabama likes to cover with their one-on-one with their DBs, which allows them to be pretty good against the run.
I don't know how much of Tennessee-Kentucky you watched, but early on they were spying Hooker, and Tennessee ran a play, and it didn't appear to be all that complex, but Herbstreit was showing how the play was designed because they knew Kentucky was trying to hide the spy.
Right.
And they ran a route that confused who the two spies might have been, and they both bit on the route.
Yeah,
and there was a lot of confusion.
It's absolutely amazing play calling from Josh Heupel. They scheme it up so well each week. Back to Bama LSU. One more here. Bryce Young. This is the game to me. How many times does Alabama shoot themselves in the foot again on the road in a hostile environment? Here's Bryce Young.
I think obviously us being able to play on the road, you get good experiences from there. But we understand, obviously, going to play at a place like LSU, to play there, it's going to be an extremely hostile environment. And although we've been in hostile environments before, they're all different. There's nothing we can't, emulate being in that stadium with those fans. And again, we just understand the challenges ahead. I think, again, us being in hostile environments before, it helps us, but we understand that it's a new challenge. We have a lot of respect for them as a team, for players and coaches in the program. So we understand that, it's going to be a really big challenge for us. And, that's, again, is something that we try our best to prepare for throughout the week. But it's on us to step up to that challenge when it comes.
Yeah, through all the kindness of Bryce Young there, he says, we can't have 15 and 17 penalties in this game like we did in Austin and in Knoxville. It almost cost them in Austin. It cost them in Knoxville. All right, let's get to trash here. LT out today. Brownie will handle that for us, moving it up a little earlier so we can talk to Brandon Marcello and John Parker Wilson in the next two segments. It's brought to you by Mortgage Right. Let's do it, Rockstar.
Assault, curling off the screen, driving baseline. Oh, you fat with a three. Yes, I just said that. That is that man's name. Don't tweet at me.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
They put the M in mastery when it comes to purchasing a new home. Let them make home ownership a possibility for you. Add Mortgage Right, mortgageright.com. Start your home buying journey today with our friends at Mortgage Right. Mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. I like it when Rockstar does these. We start with offbeat holidays in the month of November. You ready for this, Jim?
Happy November 1st. Let's do it.
See how many of these you'll celebrate. Coming up Thursday, Men Make Dinner Day.
Will not.
I think I may do that one.
I'm a man.
Spaghetti is a go-to. I think any man could do spaghetti. It's very easy.
Yeah, Chef Boyardee does a good one.
Okay.
I'm not saying I'm not a good cook. I'm just saying, what is that, Thursday?
That is Thursday. I'll be playing golf, Brandon.
No, Thursday, I've got Bud Light game night, and then I've got a charity event I'm doing Thursday.
Yeah, no chance I celebrate that one. Saturday, November 5th. Saturday is World Chili Day. Will you celebrate World Chili Day?
I will do that.
What's the high Saturday?
I almost cooked chili this past Saturday. We ended up going with whatever you call it, Santa Fe soup, Fiesta soup.
I like taco soup.
Taco soup. I ended up doing that again. Second time this football season I've done that.
My wife did that Saturday. Jennifer did taco soup Saturday for the football games. Oh.
This past Saturday?
Yep.
Me too. We had the same thing.
I love it. 76 is the high Saturday. A little too cold for chili. We need to do...
a little too hot for chili.
I mean, a little too hot for chili. We need to cool down some. Monday, Dunaway, is International Merlot Day. Do you like the Merlot?
International Merlot.
Yeah, International Merlot Day.
I'm a Pinot Noir guy, specifically Oregon Pinot Noirs.
Yeah. Specific.
Yeah.
But I'm not against the Merlot.
Okay.
It all drinks good to me. I'll blend them together, Merlot and Pinot Noir. And had a whiskey last night.
Wash your taco salad down with some Merlot.
Had a Yellowstone whiskey last night.
I'm going to come back to what we have on Offbeat Holiday Sunday. Thursday, November 17th, Homemade Bread Day. Oh,
homemade bread is one of if it's
it
just,
is so good.
Just oh my God.
I remember
There's
Rockstar.
nothing much better than a combination of butter and bread.
When I was in probably high school, there was this trend of everybody getting the homemade bread maker was a big thing. And my
air fryer is the big thing right now.
It is now, but the homemade bread maker was one of my parents got one, and I'm telling you, man, they probably made 3 loaves of bread in it. But it smelled so good when they would do it. And then I'll tell you this too, like if you grow up near a bread factory or whatever, that's a good smell.
That one in Tuscaloosa as you drive near the stadium on 15th.
Friday, November 18th, Mickey Mouse Day. Does Lunsford know this?
Lunsford, do you know?
Mickey Mouse Day coming up Friday the 18th, Luns.
Probably going back to Disney.
Wednesday, November 23rd, National Jukebox Day. Hard to believe we still celebrate that one. Can't find those anywhere.
Waffle House?
I told somebody the other day, when I was a kid, Modest Pizza had a jukebox. They also had one of the cigarette machines where you pull the arm.
Yeah.
But they had a jukebox, and we would go in, and we, for whatever reason, the Georgia Satellite song.
Change in My Pocket.
Well, that's not the name of the song, but that's the lyrics. What is the name of the song?
Give me no lies, keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah, keep your hands to yourself, I think it is.
Yeah.
That was the popular song then, and we played it nonstop, and I bet
That's why
adults.
people don't like jukeboxes.
Hated
Because kids
it.
like you.
Kids like me. And then Monday, November 28th, I would celebrate this any day. French Toast Day. I love me some French toast.
I do
Good
too.
piece of French toast.
I like a good piece of French
good
toast.
piece of French toast.
I would like a jukebox, but
That played French toast.
But like your Spotify plays out of it, like a good speaker system.
Yeah.
But you punch the buttons just for show. Basically, it's a speaker
So
system.
basically, it's a Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah.
It's a lot of T-swizzle in it.
But it'd be really good.
Yeah.
It'd be really fun.
By the way, I skipped this one. Sunday is daylight savings ending. That is not a holiday.
It gets dark at 2:30.
We don't celebrate that holiday,
Yeah.
Rockstar. In fact, we loathe that holiday here on this show. 1 in 331 billion. So you're telling me there's a chance, right? Same New York lottery numbers drawn twice in one day. Can you imagine that? The same 5 numbers were drawn twice in a single day. This sounds like somebody's in on a fix here, right? Started me.
And I've got them both.
Yeah. New York Lottery's Take 5 game, leading to a jaw-dropping display of astronomical odds, lottery reps and experts said.
It went like this. 18. Jim, that says 7.
Yep.
21. That says 19. 30.
18, 21, 30, 35, and 36. Both in the midday and evening drawings were drawn. The odds, experts say, is 1 in 330 billion for that to happen.
Yeah, but look, 25,512 won early and 42,881 won late.
If only I had some extra cash.
Yeah, by the way, that midday jackpot was 0. They didn't win anything.
Poor midday. Had the wrong numbers. We have video of this. It is horrifying footage showing a shocking moment, and I can't believe Lance is not here for this story. This is right up his alley.
Somebody's decapitated?
Almost. A woman narrowly misses diving straight into the mouth of a hungry tiger shark. So we're watching the video for those of you on our video platform.
She's fairly attractive.
How do you know, Jim?
Just her
Whoa,
shape.
she's about to get in the water, and a tiger shark swims right up. Can you freaking
Are you
imagine?
kidding me?
I mean, you can't stage that. That is legit video. Rockstar, start that thing over. Do we see her again? Jim thinks she's fairly attractive.
Well, she's got nice hair, nice figure, some weights around her.
a Bond film.
Almost had nothing left. She almost dove in the mouth of a tiger shark. This is in Hawaii, by the way.
Wow. Are we sure it's a
that
tiger?
I don't know. It doesn't really matter. She almost dove right in its mouth.
I mean, do you get in the water after that?
No. I'm done for the day.
I'm done forever.
Yep. That's the end of my scuba diving there. You've just seen me scuba dive for the last time.
But that's from the Instagram One Sharks.
Yes.
It's like, are you swimming with the sharks?
Oh, she gets back. Oh, no, she does. Okay. Let's just start it over. I thought she'd get back in the water.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have video of this one, but residents of Mexico witnessed a dog.
No video.
No video of this, Rockstar?
Lance.
What? This is a decapitation, anyway.
Hey, Forrester, see if you can find video.
Scott, have we got that video, Scott? You got it yet?
I don't know if we have rights to it.
Hey, so you built this trash for Lance. You didn't know he was going to be out today.
No, I did not.
Sharks and a decapitation.
But I was waiting because I was seeing this story all over the place, and I knew he would come in and go, "Hey, you got that story about the head?" And it's like, oh, okay.
All right, so residents in Mexico witnessed a dog carrying a human head in its mouth as it ran down the streets of the violence-plagued state. I think that's an understatement. Police were eventually able to pull the head. Oh my God!
So not the skull. This is
this is an actual dismembered head. Yeah.
Okay.
They were actually able to pull the head out of the canine's mouth. A law enforcement official said the head and other body parts were left in an automatic.
Put Bob down. Put Bob down.
In an ATM
Good
booth
boy.
in the town of Monte Escobedo on Wednesday. They were left next to a message referring to a drug cartel. That's a shocking development in this story.
There's a message here.
It's from the cartel, and it says,
"Hey, boy, problems? Somebody fell in a well?"
So before police could secure the scene, the stray dog had grabbed the severed head and took it off. A Rockstar, it says right here, footage posted to social media. We've got footage.
No, I don't have footage.
Shows the dog running down a street at night carrying the head by the. I don't want to see it. It's so awful.
On Halloween. That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, they put the M in mastery when it comes to helping you find that perfect home. You can find out more by going to mortgageright.com/TNR, mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage is done the right way in MLS 2235.
All right, now we're brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Brandon Marcello, when we come back. Brandon Marcello with everything going on coast to coast in college football as we get ready to replace a coach at Auburn and do the selection committee's first ranking tonight. Marcello's got thoughts. Stay with us.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western Wear, open Monday through Saturday. Just look for that big red building on I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, and always follow Jack's Western Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Culver's could have only started in
Hi,
Wisconsin.
welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions, and the cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
When it's time to move, there's one name to remember: Crocker Moving Services, for all your moving needs, both residential and commercial, and they'll even pack for you. See all they offer at crockermovingservices.com. Owner Eric Crocker is a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. Crocker Moving Services will use made-in-the-USA equipment, made-in-the-USA supplies, and veteran-operated whenever possible. And they'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. Check them out online right now, crockermovingservices.com.
Straight to our buddy Brandon Marcello here from 24/7 Sports. He's their national columnist, and he joins us occasionally. Brandon, thanks for being with us. I know it's a busy time. Anytime there's a coaching change at a program, there's 1,000 things you have to write, and then the normal week stuff that goes on. So we always appreciate your time. Let's start first with your thoughts when Harson's announcement came. We knew it was coming, so there's no surprise question here. Just your thoughts on Brian Harson's time at Auburn.
Brandon, you're muted.
Or do we have him muted, or is that?
I think. Yeah, there you go.
That's me.
Yeah,
That's
you're good now, man.
No. Hey, by the way, love your setup. You sent out a picture on your social media platform or your setup. Loved that setup the other day. Loved the way you got your computer set up. It really was impressive. So much so I showed it to my wife for or maybe a Christmas gift.
Well, hey, I had a bunch of Marriott points built up, and I got that computer screen for free.
Wow. Look at Brandon.
Yeah.
That's a smart way to roll.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay, so how would I describe Brian Harsin? Worst Auburn football coach ever. No question. I had someone say, hey, what about Earl Brown going way back when? I said, well, he beat Bama at least.
He at least beat Alabama, yeah.
Harsin was just what a terrible fit from the get-go, and he was a rock who did not know how to form himself into something that would fit in at Auburn, and he just refused to do so. He's hard-headed, and he's a good coach. It's just he believes in what he believes.
Brandon, you immediately yesterday say, and you're very well connected, obviously, at Auburn, having spent some time there and throughout college football, that Lane Kiffin is the number one choice. He's the one that makes the most sense, and there is real interest there from both sides, is what you indicated there. So your thought on Lane Kiffin at Auburn. So there is interest on both sides and primarily on Lane's side, right?
Oh, I did not report there were interest on both sides.
My apologies.
On one side.
Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. There's interest on one side for Auburn. But the way I should have phrased that is there are reasons that Lane would be interested on his side.
Yes.
Yeah. My apologies.
Certainly. Absolutely. The pitch to him is we got a lot more NIL money here, and the things that you believe are weaknesses that maybe not will be ever remedied there because of limitations that are inherent to Ole Miss, we do not have those issues at Auburn. That is the selling point there. It's not going to be about salary or whatever. They could pay him $10 million a year, and I would not be shocked if that's actually kind of what they offer him, which is kind of the market rate right now for an elite coach at a top 15 program. And he's getting paid $7.5 million now at Ole Miss. What's going to draw him to another job is here's an opportunity where you're going to be able to compete for a championship and maybe win one if you live up to your own expectations. Because if you live up to the expectations you have, you're going to be able to do whatever you want at a school like this. If you live up to your expectations personally at Ole Miss, you're not going to win a national championship there. That's the pitch. And does that convince him to move? Or does he want to stay there because of his past and USC and Tennessee and moving around, and maybe he doesn't want to chance it? That's the ultimate question. But from my sourcing and talking to people close to Auburn, and for that matter, people close and familiar with John Cohen and his decision-making and how he's going about approaching this job right now, Lane Kiffin is target number one for the Auburn Tigers.
And look, coaches and agents do this all the time. I would guess there might be a fear of if Lane allowed this to go, or maybe even hinted at it, Lane does crazy things, that this is a case of saying, hey, look, I really am concerned about the NIL. You either get this together or I may be taking a job like this. I mean, I guess in a sense getting played.
Yeah, potentially. And then there's other things that he has brought up. You guys know it, him bringing up attendance at Ole Miss for 11 a.m. games. Why are people not showing up for games when we are good, let alone what's it going to look like if maybe we have a mediocre year? Just last week, he made a comment about losing defensive coordinator DJ Durkin to Texas A&M about how they outbid him. And then he made a joke about how A&M just outbids everybody. And Lane Kiffin has made comments about NIL and how others have more money and it's not necessarily fair. The only way to live in this college football world is to realize that it is unfair, much like real life. You guys know what real life's like. Sometimes coaches forget what real life's like. And life's unfair. College football's unfair. And if you want to reach the pinnacle and be able to level out your playing field the way you see it, you better go work at an elite job. Otherwise, you're going to hit your head on a ceiling elsewhere. And he's hitting his head repeatedly at Ole Miss, and he's found that out just in these last 2 years. Imagine what he's going to be thinking 3-4 years from now if he wins 11 games and still doesn't manage to be able to contend for a championship or even win an SEC championship, it's gonna frustrate him.
I understand what you're saying, but it seems like the path to winning a championship is the same at Ole Miss as it is Auburn. My question for you is Lane Kiffin's personality and the boosters you're very familiar with at Auburn. Can those two mesh together? I don't know. I've never hung out in a ballroom with the Auburn boosters or had a chance to have any conversations with them. Lane's a guy who likes to have a lot of fun. Can they put up with Lane's jocularity?
I don't know if they could. And for that matter, I don't know if it really matters anymore what the boosters at Auburn say. They have tried and tried and tried to derail a lot of things here in the last 3 years or get their way on certain things. And not all of it's bad. And if the leadership, especially in the president's office, doesn't see that that is in line with their thinking, they just don't do it really all that often anymore. And a lot of those people are losing power. They're not as strong in that room anymore. And I believe what you're going to see with John Cohen now as the AD is that he's been given some assurances by the president, Chris Roberts, that this is your athletics department. You're going to run it as you see fit. You report to me and only me. And let's get this done. Here's what we're offering you. Here's the pool of money and everything you have to work with. Outside noise is going to be outside noise. At this point, with so much money coming into Auburn, and for that matter, all the SEC and Big Ten, and booster money, yes, is important. You've got to have that for facilities and other things. But it's not as important as it was 10 years ago or 15 years ago. And, just because you get pissed off as an Auburn booster or supporter and you feel like you should have some sway because you've given $5 million or $10 million, the reality of the situation is that's really just a drop in the bucket these days. And we're playing with paper money now. Everything is pretend money in the SEC. This idea, everybody builds this up. I'm going on a little rant here. Everybody builds up this whole thing of, well, Auburn's paying $40 million over the last year to buyouts. Man, that's incredible. That's insane. Doesn't matter. They've got the money, and if they don't have it right now, they're going to, because the cash flow does not end. It continues to pour into there. You can commit $120 million to something, and it's not like you're spending it all right away. You could spread that out over 10 years. That's why when we see these big, massive deals at Texas A&M, Michigan State, everybody goes, whoa, they're crazy for doing that. I mean, maybe the person's not worth it. We could argue that all day, but they could pay it. And there's a reason why they're offering it, because they can pay it. They know they can pay it. It's not an issue. It's all pretend money. If they spend it, they'll just get more back. It's just an endless cycle.
This all happens as we head into the best weekend of the year in the SEC with two really huge games, Tennessee and Georgia being number 1 and number 2 in the country, and probably that way after the rankings come out tonight too, maybe in a flipped formation. Volunteers beat Georgia in Athens this weekend if what goes right for the guys in orange. What do you see a path to victory, a pretty easy path to victory for Tennessee?
Tennessee has less than 2 turnovers. And their offense just continues to click the way it is. It hasn't mattered what defense or type of defense or scheme or personnel they have faced defensively. They're still scoring 40 points. And as long as they don't turn the ball over more than 2 times at Georgia, I think they're going to win. But I do have a feeling that Georgia's going to force them into some mistakes, unlike we've seen from the Vols this season. They've done a great job protecting the football, especially Hendon Hooker. His stats are insane as far as just his interceptions rate. But Georgia, I think, is in a position to make them look human and not so invincible offensively just from a turnover perspective. But if Tennessee commits just 1 turnover or obviously less, I think they beat Georgia.
Brandon Marcello, 24/7 Sports. Before you go, Alabama is at LSU on the other side of the SEC. Not really playing the West Division deciding game because Ole Miss is still very much alive. But in the Alabama-LSU game, I realize the Tide has been impossible to figure out on the road. But one thing they've done well, no matter where they've played, is defend the run. And LSU's not a great run team. They get a lot out of Jaden Daniels. They don't get much elsewhere. That seems like a critical matchup in the game that really favors Alabama.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I saw that line at being double digits, 2 touchdowns. I was actually surprised by that. I think we're focusing way too much on this idea that Alabama just struggles on the road. They give up a lot of points, including the Arkansas game on the road when it was 28-23 at one point. But the X factor, as you guys know, is Bryce Young, and he's incredible no matter the venue and where he's playing. He was insanely good against Tennessee, and that gets lost in the mix. I think Alabama's going to go in there. It's at night. It's going to be crazy. Give LSU 7 points in that game, but Alabama's still going to win. They're just way more talented and deeper, much deeper than LSU right now. And I think that is a game they will win. And not sure if they win it going away because there's just so many issues with them, especially defensively. But I think they'll feel pretty good midway through the fourth quarter about what the result's going to be.
All right, go follow Brandon on Twitter and be Marcello. Read his work and watch his videos at 24/7 Sports. He's always great with his time with us. And, Brandon, we very much appreciate that. I know it's a busy time. Thank you for carving out some for us today.
All right, see you guys. Appreciate you.
All right, buddy. You too. Take care, Brandon, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. More on Alabama, obviously, coming up. Much more with John Parker Wilson in our next segment.
The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established a solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Listen, Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in the Birmingham area when it's time to pop the question. Of course, the holidays are rolling up too. So go see our friends at Bromberg's today. 2 great locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit, Mountain Brook and at the Summit. You can also view their online store at brombergs.com, brombergs.com.
We're at the trade deadline in the NFL. There's been a big move here. Rockstar has lost maybe the best player on his team, TJ Hokanson, the tight end, traded to Minnesota for a bunch of draft picks. None of them, it appears, first round even.
That's a smart thing to do. A guy that you go to a lot of good young tight end, get rid of him.
Yeah, when you're
get rid of him.
Yeah, when you're 1-6, how are you ever going to rebuild?
Keep Goff, get rid of him.
So Minnesota, who's 6-1, leading that division. In fact, they're going to run away with that division. Just got a lot better in the NFC. I know
Irv Smith Jr., the Alabama tight end, already is the starter there in Minnesota, so that's interesting about what his future is.
They've gotten a lot better, though. I mean, that's a heck of a pickup for them. 6-1. I mean, maybe them and San Francisco look like the 2 best teams in the NFC right now. And I watched Minnesota against my Dolphins, and Kirk Cousins is just so average, but they got a good running back. Now they got a dynamic tight end. It's an interesting team.
Great receiving core and Thielen and Jordan Jefferson.
Yeah.
So working out good. That Randy Moss guy's pretty good. Rockstar, you remember him with the Vikings?
Chris Carter catches everything.
Chris Carter only catches touchdown
Only
passes.
TDs.
When we come back, we'll talk about Alabama's trip to Baton Rouge with John Parker Wilson. He's done this trip before with some success. So we'll talk about Alabama heading down there, how good they are at night at Tiger Stadium, and what's ahead for Alabama. The show is being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling. 8 times distilled and available at your local package store. It's Charles Barkley's vodka. You can find it at your local package store and ABC store. Also, don't forget about your new favorites right there, the Vulcan Gin as well. It's gluten-free and 8 times distilled. Vulcan Gin and Redmont Vodka, the fastest growing distillery in Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and soon nationwide. It's our friends at Redmont.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you. so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Crime in Jefferson County has gotten so bad, 161 murders already, and the year is not finished. We're ranked 3rd nationally for homicides, with over 30% higher violent crime rate than the national average. The county is in crisis. Vote Jared Hudson for Sheriff of Jefferson County.
I'm Jared Hudson. Together, we will solve the crime epidemic in Jefferson County. Join me in making our community a safe place once again.
Paid for by Jared Hudson for Sheriff Campaign, 3524 Decatur Highway, Suite 300B, Fultondale, Alabama, 35068.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99. Or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
John Parker Wilson with us today. As always, John Parker's appearance on the show brought to you by
our friends at Premier Garages. Listen, you've got that garage, and it's not a showplace by any stretch of the imagination, right? Premier Garage could change that. They've got those floor coatings that makes it just look so much better. And it's also functional. They've got the storage cabinets and the organization systems that transform your clutter garages into clean, efficient spaces. See more at premiergarage.com. That's premiergarage.com, or call them at 205-956-3939. What's up, JP? How are you?
I'm good. I like this setup over here.
Yeah, you're at the desk.
This is pretty sweet.
He's in Lance's spot.
Do y'all just
the lock seat?
I mean,
the
watch
lock
games
seat.
in here. This is as good as it gets right here.
We've never watched games up here, believe it or
Really?
not. No?
Not true. We've watched
Well,
some early baseball, but we never had a party and hung out up here.
Now, we'll say NCAA tournament. We had, I
Yep.
think, a game on every screen at one point during the show.
Major golf is good too. Comes
That's
on
right.
and during the day. You watch the Masters or whatever it
They'll
is.
tell you the majors end up right there on that screen because it's the closest to my field of
Absolutely.
vision. Yeah.
There's nothing better than having golf on at the office.
I
It's
love
like
it.
the best thing ever.
Does it bother you that the TVs are on the floor and not up in the ceilings?
Well, we get a better view of the rock star right here, so
That's
I
right.
think that's what we got to have it.
Yeah, exactly. And then you had the lights. That was going to be a problem.
Yeah, if they're up in the
lights.
ceiling, you're going to get
They're
blinded.
good because it keeps your eyes away from the lights, and then you
Bingo.
you don't get it. You know the white lights when you're not even looking at them.
That's right.
And
go back to Halloween.
Yeah, it was good. You and the kids have a good time yesterday?
Oh, great time. Halloween's like the Super Bowl in our neighborhood, so it was just mass chaos. I didn't lose my kids for too long. You know, there's like thousands of kids running around.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
They're
I was in
all
Atlanta.
dressed up the same. It's like, okay, my only job is to watch one kid, and it still happens where they just start.
And then it gets dark, and everybody's kids look the same.
They know how to get home. They'll
Yeah,
be fine.
exactly.
They'll figure it out.
You took a caveman and a Batman out, and you came home with something else.
No telling. No telling. But we made it home. It was safe, so it was all good.
So you were the $1 million band for a party a couple of years ago. Did you and your wife dress up at any point this season?
We were the Blues Brothers.
Oh, yeah.
We were the Blues Brothers.
So
So,
good.
kind of, a little throwback. Had to explain it to some of the younger kids.
Right.
And then the kids were Alabama football player and Big Al. So we had to continue the football theme.
Yep.
Nice.
Pretty. How long until one's Nick Saban?
Well, that would be a good one.
Yeah.
Nick Saban, maybe Pete Golding.
I got the vibes.
There's a Pete Golding
My
joke here.
my son was so disappointed we couldn't find a Bryce Young jersey to fit him.
Right.
So he had to wear a 14 jersey. He was like, Dad. He was like, I want to be number 9.
14. What kind of loser wore 14?
Exactly. He's like, this is terrible. Give me a Bryce Young jersey.
You could rig the bag up that you're the person playing Pete Golding to where only the orange candy falls out the backside through a hole in the defense.
Here we go.
Let's talk about that defense as they go play LSU this weekend. Jaden Daniels is the guy who does it all, right?
Pretty good.
But it seems to play into the way I look at it, plays into what Alabama's really good at, right?
Yeah.
Linebackers are good. Keeping an eye on a quarterback that's mobile, doesn't seem to be able to throw the ball over the top of the defense. This seems to be a good matchup, in my opinion. What do you think?
No, I completely agree. And I think, really encouraged the way our defense played last week after a terrible Tennessee game. But I think you're exactly right. Like, we're built for really mobile quarterbacks because that's been when you get a guy like Jaden Daniels that can throw and he can hurt you with his feet, like that's dangerous. So we've kind of built our team, our defense around that. KJ Jefferson is really talented at Arkansas, and they had a great day against him. So it's difficult. It puts more stress on your secondary. Our linebackers are good, but they're going to have an extra guy to spy and to keep an eye on the quarterback. So I think it's a greater point of emphasis for the secondary than it is the linebackers because they're built like that. Secondary, they got to be on their game. They got to be ready to go because you get put on islands, you get isolated when you got a quarterback that you got to keep an eye on all time.
John Parker Wilson, the analyst, Crimson Tide Sports Network, in studio with us, presented each week by Premier Garage. They provide those garage floor coatings that make it look great, storage cabinets and organization systems that make it work great. PremierGarage.com. That is PremierGarage.com. Our 205-956-3939, 205-956-3939. Alabama, by and large, has run the ball for a lot of yards this year, but they couldn't against State. 27 carries, 29 yards.
Yeah.
What was State doing? Is it concerning to you?
I think Mississippi State had a pretty good defense.
Yeah.
Their secondary is really good. They played well up front. I think yesterday Coach Saban said we need more diversity in the running game. So,
he means what by that?
He means, zone plays, man plays, power counter, tall sweeps, stretch plays, a little bit of everything. It seemed like, against State, we were kind of running the spread or the stretch, the sidelines, the zone type plays. Looking for those
Isn't a lot
cutbacks.
of that limited by being in the shotgun all the time, though?
No, because they'll go to the pistol too. And you move your running backs around. You didn't see the 21 package last week, or we might have saw it a few plays, but two running backs in the backfield with Jameer and then with either McClellan or Roy Dell. We've seen that quite a few times this year, but I think he wants, more structure to the run plays and greater play calling in that. That's what he means by diversity, because our offense is built around the run game. We got to be able to run the ball to be able to be successful downfield. And last week we couldn't run it, and we didn't have a lot of explosive plays off that. So, look, I think it's a mindset too for those guys up front of just coming out and being nasty. We've seen it most of the games, so it's not something I'm worried about. We got to get back to what we were the first 7 games of the season.
When you talk about venues to play in, Alabama has played in Austin in what has been called maybe the craziest crowd they've ever had for a home game in Texas, and we know what Neyland was. And now here you go to Baton Rouge at night. This team's made a lot of mistakes. Has that been crowd-related mistakes, or do you think just part of the DNA of this team?
Well, I think it's tough to go on the road. Those are 2 awesome places. Texas was rocking. Tennessee's one of the loudest places you can possibly be in. It hadn't been that way for the past few years since we've kind of been running away from them, but that place is loud. I remember, just how tough it was to call plays in the huddle. So that's been removed. But, LSU's going to be the same way. I think they're probably ahead of schedule of where the fans thought they would be in year 1 with Brian Kelly.
So that'll juice it up even more.
Absolutely. It's a night game. The announcers say it's now nighttime in Death Valley or whatever it is. They play call in Baton Rouge. That place is freaking awesome, right? It is. And as a player, I think, you've heard a lot of players talk about, anxious, had some anxiety going in to the Tennessee game and probably the Texas game also. And I think I saw Toto was like, we just got to prepare better. We've got to get more in tune with the game plan. And to me, that was always what my mindset was like, I got to prepare as much as I possibly can. And then when I get to Saturday, it's like, there's nothing else I can do besides go play the game. Like, you've watched all your film, you've done everything you can. So preparation, the better preparation you have, the more calm you're going to be on the game day. And I think they've learned that, hopefully we've learned from this lesson, right? We've still got some young guys, and you always get the target on your back. Now you've been on the road to Texas, you've been on the road to Tennessee. Now you got to make it go on the road to LSU.
And I think most Alabama fans would tell you, look, I don't want any penalties, but I get that the 50-50 calls, the judgment calls may not go my way on the road. If I could just cut out the pre-snap penalties, I'd be thrilled. I think most Alabama fans would say that. Just get rid of the false starts and the delays of game and all that you've had on the road.
Illegal formations or whatever, too many men on the field. We've had that a few times this year.
Get rid of all that on the road, and I'll deal with the 50-50 calls.
No doubt, because I can live with those. Like, you're going to get pass interferences, you're going to get holding calls. That's just about playing football. Now, you want to limit those as much as you can, but if you can remove 5, 6, 7 pre-snap penalties, that's 50 yards right there possibly that you could remove just from – things that you can control. We can control offsides. We can control illegal formations. And, that goes back to preparing the correct way and knowing the game plan in and out where, hey, you just go line. I know exactly what play is going to be called before the coach calls it. And then you're just reacting. You're not thinking, you're reacting.
Few things frustrate me more watching a Dolphins game when it's like 2nd and 1 or 3rd and 1 and I get a pre-snap.
Oh, yeah.
Because now, I've just
especially when you're in the red zone.
Yes.
I've screwed everything up. Now it's just completely changed my play calling.
Well, and it's not demoralizing as a player, but if you're your second one or your third one, all right, we're going to pick this up. Let's go. Now it's 3rd and 6, and you're like,
now it's a pass down.
God,
I went
now
from a run down to a
changes.
pass down.
We were so close, and now it goes back. So just for even a split second in your mind of like, man, we were it was 100%. We were about to pick this up. Now it's 50-50.
Yep.
Like, you have to deal with that, and that's why penalties change games. They change drives. Especially the holdings, those defensive pass interferences. You can't do it on 3rd down, right? You can't, especially on defense. You can't extend drives. You can't give them a free 1st down because you make a penalty. But you're right. The pre-snap, the administrative type penalties, you got to cut those out.
Okay, I'm from a trailer park. You work in the financial world.
Oh, my gosh.
$1.2 billion lottery is happening Wednesday night. There are buyouts happening. Like, Brian Harson's going to get an $8 million check at some point. What's the largest check you've ever seen? Like a check, not a deposit. I know you've seen massive deposits. Like, is there a number on a check you've ever seen? Have you ever seen a $1 million check?
I don't think I have.
Yeah,
I don't
either.
But I would show you if I won the lottery. I bought a lottery ticket last week.
You'd have no problem showing it to us.
No, I'd show you what is that, 3 commas?
Yeah,
let's go. That's pretty good.
Let's go. Is that
That's
three
pretty good.
Let's go.
That's pretty good.
All right.
Where would I invest it if I had
Premier
three
Garages?
commas?
Yep.
Anywhere. That much.
That's where you say you should call me.
That's right. Premier Garage. They provide garage floor coating, storage cabinets, organizations. Here's a Dunaway. They make your garage look like $1 billion.
Yeah, sure.
PremierGarage.com. That is PremierGarage.com. 205-956-3939. That's 205-956-3939. They bring you John Parker Wilson each week. Thank you, my friend.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yep.
No, the Dunaway is they make the garage look so clean your wife doesn't mind walking around barefoot in it.
Oh, that's true. Yes. Yes.
That'd be a huge one.
Back in a moment on TNR.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures. Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschecken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99. Or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show. Really interesting conversations today. If you've missed any of it, it is podcasted at nextroundlive.com in the podcast section. Always available on our YouTube channels. Brandon Marcello with some great information on his thoughts on Lane Kiffin and Auburn. We'll get back into that in a second. John Parker Wilson just a few seconds ago on Bama's trip to LSU. Justin Hokanson on what went down at Auburn yesterday and how the search is going to play out. And Clay Travis earlier a lot on Tennessee and the college football playoff rankings with the Volunteers. The ranking shows tonight at 6 o'clock. If you are enjoying a nice post-sugar high of Halloween, need a little pick-me-up today, do it with a natural flavor energy drink. These drinks right here, these wonderful flavors, including citrus and all the other candy flavors you see there. The unbelievable Sour Patch, Airhead taste, and Warhead and others that you get there from our friends at Ghost, the Ghost energy drinks. All the flavor and function with these iconic flavors and taste there. This is an energy drink with fully disclosed formulas, with the industry-first authentic flavor partnerships with those wonderful candies that'll take you back to your childhood. It's a great drink wherever you buy your lifestyle sports nutrition drinks. Remember us and remember to get Ghost. Interesting what Brandon Marcello said about Lane Kiffin and a ceiling at Ole Miss. And I wanted to go back to that because to me, Ole Miss plays the same schedule as Auburn does, right?
Yep.
So why, you obviously have a ceiling when you're at a group of 5. You have a ceiling in some conferences, like maybe the Pac-12 or Big 12, who rarely are going to have 2 teams fighting to get in the playoff. But the SEC or the Big 10, even this year, both could get 2 teams in the playoffs. And we're about to expand the playoffs. What is that ceiling at Ole Miss that he was talking about? A financial ceiling? Is that it? It surely isn't on the field, right?
I mean, there's
Ole
obvious.
Miss can do the same things Auburn can do on the field.
You say that, have they?
They haven't, no.
Okay.
No, I mean, they
Well,
did
why
back
not,
they
though?
did back in the 60s.
Well,
But
let's talk modern day.
Yeah, they haven't in modern day football.
Why
no.
not? Why do you think?
Because they haven't won enough games.
Well, I know that, but why not? I mean, history's history for a reason, right?
Right.
How many programs that have never, are not like blue blood programs? Well, I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this question. Like, give me an example in your mind of an Ole Miss level program, okay, where we've seen Ole Miss over the last 25 years. We got a good data sample of Ole Miss, 25 years of football, where they went from that to a contender. Baylor, all right.
Baylor was TCU. TCU's been a lot further away from
I'll
the
give you that.
playoffs.
Yep. Gary Patterson had them almost in the national championship
They were in
game.
Conference
Yep.
USA and went through the Mountain West and should have been in the BCS championship game as a Mountain West school into the Big 12. And then them and Baylor were on the doorsteps of being in there.
Baylor's probably the best example because they got it right with Art Briles. He won a conference championship, almost went to the playoffs. They got it right with Matt Rule. He won a conference championship, didn't he?
Yep.
And then Dave Aranda. So 3 straight. They've actually turned their whole program around just about.
And oh, by the way, this year, Lane is a bye week this week, playing Alabama next week, where if they beat Alabama, they're in the driver's seat to go to Atlanta and play their way into the college football playoffs this year.
There's no doubt. But even if he doesn't do that, let's say they lose to Alabama, which a lot of people think they will, but they win their other 2 games, he's going to be 10-2 for back-to-back years, which I think is the first time in Ole Miss history, if I'm not mistaken, back-to-back 10-win seasons.
Yeah, but
maybe Johnny Vaught did it.
Yeah, but that was a 10-win schedule back then.
Right,
so yes.
10 out of 11 or something like that. So he's going to be in rare air in Oxford, Mississippi, but history is history for a reason. There is, and I don't know the answer to the question. I'm asking you a rhetorical question. there is a reason Ole Miss has never been there. And they've had some pretty good coaches. I think Hugh Freeze is a really good football coach. I didn't think he was when they hired him. I think Lane Kiffin's a good football coach. I think David Cutcliffe's a good football coach. You know, they've never had a Nick Saban. They've never had an Urban Meyer. They've never had a Ryan Day or a Kirby Smart. Maybe those guys could do it. I don't know. But there's a reason nobody's ever done it. I mean, there is a reason. And I don't know what the reason is, Jim. I wish I could tell you.
Well, usually it's Alabama.
Well, I mean, that's hurt. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that hurt Hugh Freeze to a certain extent, though. He beat Alabama in back-to-back years.
Yep.
So you can't really say that hurt Hugh Freeze. He lost other games other than Alabama. But it certainly has hurt Lane Kiffin. I mean, he's not beaten Alabama yet. And had they beaten Alabama last year in that game, you never know.
Now, if you're telling me there's a financial ceiling at Ole Miss that Auburn can exceed, okay, I'll give you that. That may be the case. I didn't know Ole Miss was hurting for money.
I don't know that they are. Now, Hoke brought up the 4-year maximum contracts, and I can see how a coach like Lane Kiffin wouldn't like that.
That would bother me because I see other people like
Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah. Right? If he falls on his face and gets fired, he gets 8 years a month.
That's right.
Right?
That's right. And I'm only going to get 4.
And I only get 4 years of my buyout. So
I don't blame
that
him.
would bother me, the security of the golden parachute if I failed. Lane Kiffin would be a fantastic hire. It seems like when he was hired at Ole Miss, I loved it. I didn't think either one of you guys liked it. I think he would be awesome at Auburn, too. I mean, I like Lane Kiffin as a coach.
I like Lane Kiffin as a coach 90% of the time.
And what 10% do you not like?
The 10% of games like he played in Tuscaloosa last year, where he goes in with this preconceived idea, the get your popcorn ready, throw the headset down and go for every fourth down that he sees. And it was almost like Lane Kiffin went into that Alabama game last year with I am going to put on a show and the nation is about to see me in my finest hour, and Alabama kicked their you-know-what. And that's the Lane Kiffin that frustrates me a little bit. And with Lane, you've got to live with a little bit of, kind of the
little mustard on the hot dog.
A little mustard on the hot dog. You're going to have to live with him going for a faking a punt on his own 15 like he did in College Station in a game that wasn't getting away from them. It's not like that was a desperation play.
Bobby Bowden did it. He was a legend.
Well, when it works, you are a legend,
That's
right?
When it works.
And that's what you got to live with. And, he went for it. He faked that punt. They got the first down by, inches, really. I think it went to review. I can't remember. But they got a first down by inches. I mean, if he doesn't get that, you probably lose that game. I mean, that game ended up tight enough that a play like that, you probably lose the game. So, I mean, that's what you got to live with if you're Lane Kiffin. And I don't think he just does that because he's at quote-unquote underdog Ole Miss. I think that's the way Lane operates. I think it's the way he would operate if he ever got the Alabama job. I think it's the way he would operate if he's still the Ole Miss coach or if he's the Auburn coach. I like Lane. I'm not a guy that dislikes Lane Kiffin. I like Lane, but there's some things you got to accept. It's not your traditional head coach. And if you're willing to say, I'm fine with not having a traditional head coach, Lane's a good guy for you.
Oh, I think it would be an unbelievable hire for Auburn because he's the kind of coach that can take less talent and beat your two big rivals who right now has better talent.
Here's the thing. Like, there are certain programs, Alabama gets brought up a lot. Every coach since Bear Bryant was hired has at least gotten 10 wins. As bad as they might have been, they've had a 10-win season, right? Which speaks volumes about the Alabama football program, more so than the coaches they've had. It just shows that even coaches that are way out of their league, like Mike DeBose, could potentially win an SEC championship because it's Alabama football, right? That speaks to the quality of the Alabama football program more so than the coaches they've had.
Right.
At Auburn, you look back on it, up until Brian Harsin, all these guys won SEC championships, right? Everybody that Pat Dye won an SEC championship. Tommy Tuberville won an SEC championship. Gene Chizik won an SEC championship. And by and large, a lot of people consider him a failure. Gus Malzahn, who you had to fire, won an SEC championship. Now, Harsin coached a year and a half. He wasn't going to win it this year, obviously. Terry Bowden, I left him out for some reason, won an SEC championship. So all these guys won SEC championships, or at least Terry, he would have won one. I guess he won the regular. I don't know how you would qualify the one he didn't get to play for.
1993.
Yeah, 1993. So, I mean, there's something to be said for a program where I look at it where every coach wins 10 wins or has 10 wins or every coach wins a conference championship. That says that that's normally a pretty good program, and it's going to cycle around to whether it's a good program. So could Lane Kiffin win one at Auburn? Absolutely. Lesser coaches than him have.
Yeah. he can win one at Ole Miss, and it hasn't been done in modern football history.
You say that, I mean,
he could win one this year.
He could, but if he doesn't do it this year, would you still say, oh, no, he could win an SEC championship at Ole Miss? If he doesn't do it this year.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson Dart's a young quarterback. They bring people in the portal left and right. So, yeah, he could do it. I mean, I'm not going to doubt Lane Kiffin. If Auburn gets Lane Kiffin through this whole process, it would be a tremendous hire.
This is by far and away, I mean, since Eli Manning and David Cutcliffe had LSU at their place, this is by far and away, and that was 2001, I think it was, where they basically had ball in hand with a chance to go to Atlanta. This is by far and away your best chance of winning a conference championship since then at Ole Miss, even in those Hugh Freeze years. Even when they beat Alabama. They beat Alabama so early they had to survive a lot of things. They didn't eventually survive. This is so late in the year when you're playing Alabama, and you could exit that Alabama game, assuming Alabama beats LSU this week. It does get a little tricky if they don't for Ole Miss. This is Ole Miss's best shot in a very long time. And that's a testament to where Lane has this program. Just numbers, it's the third best program over the last couple of years in the SEC behind Alabama and Georgia, and that's pretty rare air.
We'll talk about it more next week, but if Alabama beats LSU and then Ole Miss were to beat Alabama,
it's hard for them not to go to Atlanta.
Ole Miss would have to lose the rest of their SEC games, or two of their last three.
But that is possible. I mean, if you look at those games, they are far from layups for them.
Part of our show being brought to you by The Lock every day. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services. LT will send out The Lock later on at The Lance Taylor, on Twitter. That's where he sends out the lock. You can get all of his plays at lanceslock.com. Hemp Hill brings you that lock for all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. 229-2090. If it's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, they'll fix it, and they'll fix it at a fair price. It's our friends at Hemp Hill, 205-229-2090. Just remember the name Hemp Hill. So interesting stuff from Brandon Marcello about Lane Kiffin being the target for Auburn in Brandon's mind and his reporting there. And you can follow him at 24/7 Sports.
Just for one real quick thing on that, I think a lot of fans too, Lane is one of those analytics guys, and that is a new wave in football that a lot of people have to digest when their coach hasn't been that guy. But Lane is one of those guys, Dunaway, that's got the binder, and by and large, I don't know that's 100% of the time, but
he's
he
got
goes
a guy who walks up with the binder.
That's right.
Yeah.
They go by the binder a lot, and you got to be able to stomach that as a fan. That is new football for a lot of people. That.
Well, I take it you don't like that.
Oh no, my coach that's turning my franchise around, I hope, is that guy. I mean, he maybe isn't a binder guy, but he's kind of that new wave of coach that is like.
Oh, I guarantee, like Lane, he's got an analytics guy.
Yeah, and I'm going to play the numbers. Yeah. I mean, he did it,
But just like history's history for a reason, the numbers are numbers for a reason.
They are. I've just always said I like you to have a little bit of a mix. Like, I kind of appreciate a coach that says, I'm going to go by the numbers, but sometimes I've been doing this a long time. I'm going to trust a gut feeling too, right? Like, I'm going to go by the numbers a lot. And if the numbers say it's 60% if you go for this, I'm going to do that. But if I'm on the road in College Station and I feel like this game's going my way, I know the numbers may say go for it, but let's go ahead and punt them deep because we've been getting a lot of stops here,
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily hate the numbers, but I would like you to mix in a gut feeling every now and again.
You got to have the gut feeling because or we just let a computer coach the team.
That's right. Yeah. Anybody could do that.
Rockstar's guy is not a computer, Adam Mestre.
Oh, he's like one, though.
We'll line it up for you. Tell us about your guy, Rockstar. We've got 4 downs still to come. Lunsford will give us that. We've got an upset alert where Taylor, our social media director, is going to come in and reveal LT's upset alert. All that still to go. And your comments on the Auburn job.
He's not a computer. Adam Mestre is MD Realty. Of the almost 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
LT Gray tweets us the photo of Lane Kiffin standing with his arm around Bruce Pearl. And it says, if Auburn's serious about Kiffin, use Pearl to sell Auburn to Lane. I would use that with any coach, not just Kiffin. Like any coach I want to hire, I get him on the phone with Bruce Pearl. That guy could sell ice water to Eskimos.
Well, if this wasn't timed out,
our indigenous people.
If this wasn't timed out to exactly the way it's timed out, where Bruce is busy, cranking up the season of basketball, exhibition game tomorrow night against UAH and the opener with George Mason on Monday down at Neville Arena, then I would want him to be on the search committee.
Oh, I'd have him on the plane with me. Yeah, no doubt.
I want him to talk to a guy and to, get a feeling for whether or not he thinks that guy's legitimate and a good coach or not. I mean, I would want Bruce Pearl's opinion on whether he thinks this guy is the real deal or not.
But keep in mind, a lot of your basketball recruiting is done at football games. So for Bruce Pearl, having a packed Jordan Hare that is rocking only helps his recruiting. So it's mutually beneficial for him to have a football coach that is successful.
But you see what I'm saying?
I
think coaches can
coaches trust. I mean, coaches talk, coach speak. They talk. They talk a language that each other understands.
I think they're able to see fake.
I agree.
In other coaches, right?
I agree.
They know whether some guy's legit or not.
Yeah.
And so I would want Bruce Pearl to be in on the hiring process as much as he possibly can be in the middle of doing his own job down there. I'd want him to at least have a long conversation with a candidate. But, we're to the point in these coaching searches. Marcello, had mentioned something in passing about Lane, coming down and seeing the place or something. Coaches never, like, if Lane Kiffin gets hired or somebody like Lane Kiffin who has a job now gets hired, they will not set foot on the Auburn campus before they take the job.
Yeah, they trust their agent.
They don't visit anymore.
Yeah, Lane's agent is Jimmy Sexton, and Jimmy Sexton tells Lane, this is what they got, this is what they offer. I know this place, backwards and forwards, yada, yada, yada. You trust your agent.
You see
like
pictures
that.
or
somebody
FaceTimes you and walks you around. Here's the new facility.
Yeah, he's coached at Jordan Hare, and he knows the facilities. And, again, you trust your agent in those situations.
And, see, that's another thing. The Jordan Hare and the crowd and all of that, that's a big plus in the Auburn category, to be able to have that kind of game day experience.
It is, but
as
you're
opposed
only
to what you have at Ole Miss.
Yeah, but you're only there 6 or 7 times a year. It's facilities that you recruit to, and that's why Auburn's spending $100 million on a football facility, because when kids go to Tuscaloosa or Gainesville or Athens, they're seeing incredible facilities, and it's easy to get caught up in that stuff. So the stadium is great, but you're only there 5 or 6, 7 times a year.
Our Hamburger Heaven on Campus drive-through will be part of the next segment, along with our 4 Downs as well. And we will use the Tennessee-Georgia rivalry in place of Brian Harsin sound today, since there is no Brian Harsin sound.
That has been muted.
That is coming up in our show here. It's part of the show, though, being brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters, and we'll get to everything else still to come this hour after Brownie tells us about Nichols.
Nichols Outfitters is right there off I-65, 242 in Pelham. They are cleaning out for the 2023s, and that means that items 30 to 50% off right now, all the 22 gear, right? Great opportunity for you to save for the holiday season, but it only goes through the end of the year, so hurry rolling up, because what you want might be gone. 30 to 50% off select items now till the end of the year to make room for the 2023 gear at Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 in Pelham.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax, with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Select financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here for The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hamburger Heaven brings us our on-campus drive-through. Lunsford's here. He's going to do 4 downs in a second, but no Brian Harson yesterday. So we'll dance through a little Tennessee-Georgia prep as our on-campus drive-through, brought to you by the great folks at Hamburger Heaven. Great locations all over the Next Round viewing and listening area, including our one on 280. If you were in the Hamburger Heaven drive-through right now, you would get what?
I'd get that club sandwich.
Yep. I went by and got 3 hot dogs just on Saturday. With everything on it, the chili, the kraut, everything. Just fantastic. Hamburger Heaven, great for breakfast, especially on weekends as well. It's our friends at Hamburger Heaven. Rockstar, let's start with cut number 8. Josh Heupel is the head coach of the Tennessee Volunteers. He takes what will be the number 1 team in the college football rankings tonight, everyone expects, in to play Georgia, who's number 1 in the polls. And Heupel's offense is really good. It's about confidence and winning on the road for Josh Heupel, how he's trying to get his Tennessee players to stay grounded, but yet believe they can go and beat the defending national champs.
Josh, there are teams out there that have been winning year in and year out, and they know how to win games. How have you convinced these guys to have the confidence so quickly that they think they can beat anybody?
Yeah, I haven't convinced them. They've convinced themselves. You know, we talked about, a team of hope, a team of belief. We were on that spectrum a year ago because of our work habits, not just during training camp or during the season, but, the work habits since we got back last January. There's an expectation within our locker room, and you pair that with good leadership inside of the locker room, staff and players that are connected, that compete extremely hard every single day. You put yourself in a position to go play good football. And, try to fight and find a way to be on the plus side of the scoreboard when you walk off the field.
Truthfully, in that Alabama-Tennessee game, they continued to let Alabama, who made a bazillion mistakes, stay in that game. I don't think they felt like they had the confidence to win that game. You felt like inside the stadium, even the fans, but the players too, kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. The Kentucky game was totally different the other night. They were focused, and there was no way Kentucky had a chance to win that game. All of a sudden, they have that confidence, that eye of the championship tiger, if you will.
Well, the thing about the Alabama game is they were able to do to them what other opponents have been able to do to Tennessee. Just about anybody that's got a competent quarterback has torn up that pass defense. I mean, Anthony Richardson, who's not even a competent quarterback, did it. Jaden Daniels, I think, had 300 pass yards on them. Bryce Young threw the ball all day on them. You know who didn't do it? Will Levis. What's that tell you about him?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's their obvious Achilles heel, and Stetson Bennett's good enough to take advantage of that. I mean, if I'm a Tennessee fan, it's what scares me to death.
Kirby Smart, who has gotten the bad news that he's losing Nolan Smith for the season with that torn pectoral muscle, is now a little concerned about his defense. Kirby Smart, cut number 10, Rockstar, talking this week about just the pace of play. On average, Tennessee snaps the ball about 16 seconds left on the play clock. They like to go fast, especially when they get going. They only ran 70 plays against Alabama. Alabama ran 83. Kirby knows this is going to be a track meet between the hedges.
We've been building towards this week in terms of, since week one, the conditioning level of our players has been a concern every week for me. It's one of the major concerns is, are you in good enough shape? Because if you're not, you can't make it up in 1 week. So it's one of those things we work really hard on. I don't know how much other teams condition in the country, but we do a lot because I think it's really important. Unfortunately, we haven't had a lot of games where we had to play a lot of snaps. So that goes back to, if you're not playing them in the game, you better get it done during the week. And, we've worked hard at it. We're going to find out on Saturday if we're in shape or not. I can promise you that, because they're going to try to get a lot of snaps in.
That's an interesting point right there I hadn't really thought of, that Kirby Smart brought up about his team. They hadn't played a game that mattered in the fourth quarter.
That's right.
Now, Tennessee's played several of them. The Florida game ended up mattering in the fourth quarter. The Alabama game, Pittsburgh. So Tennessee, I mean, they've had to play to the horn on a lot of games. Georgia, they hadn't had a fourth quarter. Their last fourth quarter that mattered was the national championship game.
And we're bringing Lunsford into the conversation here now, John, before we do the four downs, because our buddy Connor O'Gara from Saturday Down South sent this out. 30 points. If Georgia held Tennessee to 30 points, you'd be impressed, right?
Yes.
You'd be impressed?
Yeah, they win the game.
Yeah, okay. 10 times Georgia's defense has allowed a team to score 30 or more points. What's Kirby's record? And this is during Kirby's time at Georgia. 10 times Kirby's Georgia teams have allowed 30 points or more. What's his record?
Well, it's been pretty good overall, so I'm going to say 7-3.
I think it's actually going to be bad. I think 3-7.
It is 1-9.
I wanted to say 1-9, but you said 7-3. I was like, well, that's too big of a gap. 1-9.
10 times Kirby's team has allowed 30 or more points. He's 1-9. The rest of his career, they've held a team under 30 points. They are 73-6.
Yeah.
73-6 when they hold the opponents under 30.
And they're good at doing that. And let me correct myself. The one fourth quarter that mattered, I'd forgotten about at Missouri. That was actually a game. Now, I never one time in that game thought Georgia was losing.
You were trying to think of good teams they've played.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of actual games that mattered. They were at Missouri. They played like crap that night. But they at least have had one fourth quarter that mattered.
Our friends at Vulcan Tire, they bring you four downs every day. Lunsford has put those together. Lance is off. He's back with us tomorrow. We'll jump through these four topics after Brownie tells us about our friends at Vulcan Tire.
They've taken care of all of my family's vehicles. I trust them. My family, you can as well. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, whether it's you're about to use that heat, some brakes, tires, anything under the hood, bumper to bumper. Vulcan Tire and Auto, 4 great Birmingham locations, soon to be a 5th in Pell City. Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
First down.
All right, Cadillac now the official interim coach down on the Plains. 8 total interim coaches out there, counting Bryant Vincent, which obviously was from the beginning of the season. Most likely coach to remove that interim tag and be head coach at any school next season.
Leonard at Wisconsin. I think that's an easy answer. I think he's their guy, and the reason they made the move when they did it was to give Jim Leonard that job. So I say Leonard at Wisconsin.
I could see a scenario where Mickey Joseph, I need to see who they finish with here, where Mickey Joseph, they start looking around and they realize, this Nebraska job is not what it used to be. His last 4, Minnesota, at Michigan, Wisconsin, at Iowa. I mean, I could see a 3-1 there where Mickey Joseph, they strike out some and he gets the job. But the most likely is Jim Leonhard.
I do not think you can, if you're Trev Alberts, fire Scott Frost, a national championship winning quarterback, as early as you did. Go through a national search and have someone from Scott Frost's staff be the head coach. It'd look like a failure on the athletic director's part. So I disagree with you there.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. No, Jim Leonhard's the obvious answer. I was just making a case for somebody else.
Yeah.
Second down.
The Stanford Tree was suspended for having a banner that read "Stanford hates fun." I assume y'all saw that.
I did see that
during their game against Arizona State. Not the first time the Tree has been suspended. Once it was ejected for dancing in an undesignated area at the women's basketball tournament, and another time for a girl having a blood alcohol level of .157 during a men's basketball game. So it happens.
I remember
a lot.
that. It was a leaning tree that night.
It happens a lot out at Stanford of all schools. All right, SEC aside, who is the best mascot in college? I'll just say college football because I know with basketball teams we had a lot of schools we don't necessarily see.
So outside of the SEC?
Outside the SEC, who's the best mascot? Not best nickname, best actual mascot.
What's the one that does this nonstop?
Oh, that's it.
Oh, that's the owl in St. Joseph's.
Yeah.
A whole game.
That he has to keep flapping the whole game?
The whole game.
Do you remember the time?
There was an injury.
There was an injury. It was like a 15-minute injury timeout. They had to sit there flapping.
But at some point, even a bird will coast, right? They'll catch a wind and just soar a little bit. I enjoyed the Stanford Tree, and I think Stanford is all about fun. I don't understand the sign. I mean, if we go live mascots, I like the bull, the buffalo that runs in Colorado. Ralphie. I don't like Bevo as much because he just sort of, is in a cage.
There. Yeah. Bevo moves about as much as Uga does.
I've always liked the way the horse at USC with the Trojan on top. Victory, is that his name? The horse?
No, Traveler.
Traveler.
Yes.
I always like the way that looks, but usually, it's sunset out in LA, great weather, palm trees, the Coliseum. But I always like the way he looks. So I'd probably go Traveler, the Trojan.
I'll tell you what I will not do is I don't have to do live mascot, right?
No, just mascot.
The Clemson Tiger always looks like it's on crack. Those eyes are weird.
Hate that one.
It is the weirdest looking. I never understood why
the
they want
neck to body costume connection is not good.
I know. Yeah. The Clemson Tiger is awful. They do a lot of things well there at Clemson, but that tiger is bad.
It's like they bought their it's like some school in the 70s gave that mascot outfit away and they bought it from the discount shelf.
Yeah.
And they've stuck with it all these years.
I will tell you, though.
It's like you see like a Chevy with a blue door, a white car with a blue door. Like, what the hell happened there?
I know. Back in the day when Bowden had it kicking, and even when Jimbo had it kicking a little bit, when the horse and the Indian would come out at midfield and plant the spear at Florida State, I mean, that place would go nuts.
I've only seen that live a couple of times.
Well, the only time I've seen it live was at the
Pasadena.
Rose Bowl, in Pasadena.
They still did. There's the Clemson Tiger.
I mean, tell me that tiger's not on crack.
Yeah.
And you're right, the whole neck to body thing is weird.
Yeah.
I mean, especially with Auburn has done a good job with Albee, like the actual mascot costume. I know LSU, they make a lot of theirs on Mike actually having a real tiger, and then Clemson has that.
Yeah.
I mean, so bad.
Not great.
Third down.
Oh, we're only through 2 downs?
Yeah, no love for Puddles there from Oregon. He'd probably be my choice. All right. Mentioned TJ going to the Vikings as the trade deadline's today, right?
It is today. The Bears
3.
are trading for wide receiver Chase Claypool. Just breaking right now.
Wow.
Another move. Yeah, Chase Claypool from the Steelers going to the Bears.
Just give me 2 offensive linemen to the Buccaneers. I just need 2 offensive
You've
linemen.
not done anything yet, it appears.
I guess the Bears have been a big part of it, obviously with Roquan Smith and then leaving and then him coming in. But best player that is out there for a trade potentially still as we head to the deadline. Cam Akers makes it sound like he wants out of L.A. Brandon Cooks, the Texans want to trade him away, or Bradley Chubb / Jerry Jeudy, either one. The Broncos fielding offers on them.
I think Bradley Chubb, for a team that needs a pass rush, there's been a lot of talk about the Dolphins getting him. I think Bradley Chubb would be your play there.
I think Cam Akers is the guy. I mean, he's top-notch running back. He's in the doghouse out in Los Angeles. That can happen after a championship. Cam Akers to a place, I don't know, who needs another running back that's a contender? Titans don't need one. The Rams don't really need one.
Who? The Rams.
The Rams
clearly don't need him.
The Rams need him. Yeah. They wish he'd show up and actually play. 49ers don't need him. Nobody really needs him.
Maybe that's why
he's too overrated.
I didn't watch. I watched that whole Titans game Sunday, and Brandon Cooks. That's not a good offense for Houston with Davis Mills at quarterback, and he's the guy that was getting open. So he's obviously. I know it didn't work out for him in his previous stop, but he's obviously a good player.
4th down.
Birthdays today. Tim Cook turned 62 today. Literally nobody else that has birthday can even remotely compare to Tim Cook if you want to say best career or whatever. However, I noticed in events today, on this day in 1969, the Beatles' Abbey Road album goes to #1 in the U.S., stays there for 11 weeks. When it's all said and done, since it was brought up today, and everybody's going to roll their eyes and say, this is stupid. I can't believe we're asking this.
Oh, no. You're not going to say most.
When it's all said and done, more successful, the Beatles or Taylor Swift.
I mean, how do you define success?
I mean, it's different eras.
If it's going to be, see, you can't even do albums sold anymore.
It's this way every time when you say better career between an athlete and an actor.
Yeah. I think, I don't know even.
If you want them on total certified units, which is what they use now with streaming included, the Beatles are 4th all time behind Drake, Rihanna, Eminem. Taylor Swift is 8th. The Beatles have 290.2 million. Taylor Swift has 246.3 million.
She'll catch them and pass them.
The Beatles sold all those albums before that, right?
Yeah, the Beatles are behind Drake, Rihanna, and Eminem. I'm not, I don't think a lot of people would say Drake is the best of all time.
I'm not a big Beatles guy. I don't really care about their music.
That's a bad question. I love Taylor Swift and I hate the Beatles.
But I understand their impact on music, though, Jim. I mean, you got to give me that.
Yeah, I would just say the Beatles for what they did when they did it.
But yet, 100 years from now, who's more remembered, the Beatles or Taylor Swift?
I think it'd be the Beatles because they sort of were at that point where
Is she? I mean, I'm seriously, I don't know. Is she super duper huge internationally too?
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Like, is there are they waiting for a European tour? Like kind of when the Beatles came to America, where it was just like, oh my God.
If she went, I think she did do a concert in Australia, the New York tour. Whichever one that was.
Well, the thing that's going to help her the most, though, Dunaway, is what ended the Beatles is everybody wanted to do their solo stuff,
That's
right?
And she's not a band.
She is a solo.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's her career.
That is 4 Downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Brownie.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive. They've got 4 great locations very soon open there in Pell City. VulcanTireandAuto.com. Bumper to bumper. They've worked on all my family's vehicles. I trust my family's vehicles with Vulcan Tire and Auto. You can as well. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
And also the official tequila of the next round is the Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila, the first multi-aged tequila that is blended and then aged in new European oak barrels, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystalline clear in appearance, smooth and crisp in the finishes. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing this holiday season. When we come back, we'll give you our upset alerts today and update the standings, where we have not been fantastic on this Upset Alert Tuesday. We've got a couple of more lined up, and LT has phoned his in. See where we go next on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. The Next Round store is loaded up for fall. Check out all the new gear, including Next Round hoodies, pullovers, and much more. Go to nextround.store to see all the new fall collection. As the temperatures drop, make sure you have your Next Round hoodie or Next Round pullover. Order now and get free shipping for a limited time. It's all new merch at nextround.store. Make sure you're prepared for fall with all your Next Round fall gear. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
The Next Round golf cart is here. Your chance to play 5 area golf courses for only $99. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Benbrook, Limestone Springs, The Meadows, Cross Creek, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $271 for just $99, or get the Next Round Deluxe golf cart for $129. That gets you all 5 courses with cart and an exclusive Next Round golf t-shirt and more. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2023. Supplies are limited, so get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
I don't know if it is sold out yet, but we were down to just a few golf carts left. So, okay, now it's on one hand on the golf carts left. I'm seeing a big hand from the back with Lunsford back there. I can count. I got it.
He's going to give you a number one
they
soon.
They don't want me to give an exact number, and I don't know why you're giving me a middle finger now, but I understand.
That's down to 1, he's saying, I think.
We're down to just a few of the golf carts. Thank you so much for jumping on such a great offer that we had, and we appreciate all 5 of the great courses that are participating with us. For the last few that we have, nextround.store, they're about to be gone, and you have until next September of 2023 to use them. So go jump on those last few so we can close that out today at nextround.store. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Alabama Power. They're keeping you connected and doing a lot more for the community.
They are, Jim, and my computer died. So I'm going to tell you, listen, I'm going to try to do this from memory. I got it now. They keep you connected, and they've got great ways to pay. Google Pay, PayPal, Venmo, Amazon Pay, Apple Pay. You're probably already using those. You can use them to pay your power bill. It's easy, secure, and reliable. All you need is an online account. alabamapower.com/myaccount. Get you started there.
I know who I don't want to be my doctor in about 20, 25 years, Rockstar. How quickly did he say my computer is dead? And then it came back and he was able to read it.
Well, wouldn't you want me to be the doctor then? Did you see how quickly that came back from the dead?
Well, yeah, but you were quickly to call me dead. I don't know if you would fight so hard.
Call it!
Yeah.
Well, would you rather have Lance be like this machine thing that's keeping it breathing? It is. I don't know what the icon's messed up.
He could restart. If he would just set his laptop on top of my chest, he could bring me back to life the way he bangs on the keyboard to get it. Speaking of Lance, not here today. This is Taylor, our social media director. She's got Lance's upset alert, so she's going to do that after Rockstar plays the Open. It's time for our Baumhauer Spotlight.
The Baumhauer Spotlight.
Sound the alarm. College football's upset alert.
I love her. Okay, updated standings brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. Tell us about Baumhauer's after we take a look at the standings. Brown's still running away with this thing with his 5-4 record, but 15 points. All 5 of his have been home run hits there. I'm 4-5. LT is up to 2-7 now as he hit his last week. Taylor will give you the Lance Taylor pick in just a second. Baumhauer's is there still trying to beat this inflation.
Yeah, they've got the recession concessions.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a recession, not an inflation.
Well, we do have inflation and a recession. You receive a free beverage when you order any entree off the recession concession menu. And you can see that right there at Baumhauers.com. Find a great location of Baumhauer's Victory Grill near you. 40 years and counting, Baumhauers.com.
All right, Taylor. We start with the person. You're not responsible for his 2-7 record, but you can dig him out of the hole. What is Lance's upset alert?
So Lance has gone with Notre Dame.
The Fighting Irish, Taylor. Who they play?
Clemson.
That's right, Clemson.
I just learned.
You just learned Clemson.
I texted Lance and I said, so I'm filling in for you on the upset alert.
Uh-huh.
Do you have anything that you would like me to say?
Right, and
His
he texted back and said what?
Nah.
Nah.
I said, okay, thank you for the help.
Nah.
So I have no comments really. I
Okay.
have no
Notre Dame plus 4.5. Who's your favorite Notre Dame player of all time?
I don't know many or any off the top of my head.
How long did it take to get the Heisman paint off your face yesterday?
Not as long as I expected. My hair was a little more difficult, but my face, I got it off in the bathroom just on the wall.
Oh, good.
So before you even went home?
Yep.
Yeah. No permanent damage, right?
No permanent damage.
Oh, so you were worried about that for a minute, I think.
I was worried.
We were concerned she'd used not made for skin paint on her face.
Not made for skin.
Yes.
That's a damn lie.
Yeah, this is a lacquer.
It was funny getting all my fake tan off in the shower, watching it swirl off. It was really weird that I kept the toupee on the entire night.
Looked great.
Yeah, blow drying that toupee when Maggie came home. What's your? Oh, I'm next. I'm second
You're next,
place.
Jim.
My
I'm in first place.
I'm going to keep picking against them until they lose. I'm going to take the team TCU is playing again this week, 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, it's worked well for you.
I'm going to take Texas Tech. A stubby little TNT. I thought I was going to need more room.
Are you taking Iowa Industrial or Texas Tech?
All about the girth in this Texas Tech right here.
Yeah, boy.
Very thick tees. Plus 9.5. I'll take the Red Raiders, who just got run off the field last week, but they've had some upsets. I'm going to go with the high school football coach to beat Sonny Dykes and TCU. Upset time, Red Raiders in Fort Worth.
Jim, I lost last week, and that's 2 out of 3 weeks I have lost. And
ever since the
ever since the costume. Yep, I went to a costume, and that did not work well for me, Rockstar.
No, it did not.
No costumes till we win again, okay? So we're going to get back to the winning ways here. Jim, we have a phrase on this show, and it goes back to Dennis Franchioni's time at Alabama, where supposedly he was in talks with Texas A&M about a head coaching position.
Framing it up.
The Iron Bowl was on the horizon. And what did they do in that Iron Bowl, Jim?
They got beat.
And a lot of people were like, oh, it was different in practice that week. He didn't practice as hard. He was distracted. Why was he distracted? He was taking another job.
He was taking the Texas A&M job.
That's right. So we call it franning it up. When a coach is mentioned for another job and he does poorly in that week's game, he is franning it up. Well, that would be Ole Miss, but they're not playing this week. I am going to go with the anti-franning it up game. We're headed to an SEC game. Liberty plus 13.5. It is the anti-franning it up game.
Okay, we're the anti-fronting it up. So
That's right.
He's going to do so well because he wants the
the Auburn job. Hugh Freeze, Liberty coach, wants the Auburn job.
How does that pep talk go? Come on, guys. I want to get the hell out of Liberty.
That's right. I am
Sorry, didn't mean to cuss here at the Baptist school.
Yes.
I want the Auburn job, so come on.
That's right. Yeah. So I need you guys to play your tails off so I can leave you behind and go make millions of dollars coaching in the SEC again.
And I'll bring some of you with.
We got a portal.
I'll bring
now.
some of you with me.
That's right.
Not you, John.
Yeah.
But the rest of you.
Please
sit down, buddy.
Yeah, please sit back down. You're not even starting here at Liberty. Like you could play in the SEC. Liberty Rockstar plus 13.5.
We don't need any of those. Not a damn
we're
one of them.
going to need some of these. It's
what
going
are
to
you
be.
doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm sorry, Rockstar. It's going to be tight late.
By the way, Arkansas is going to run. I mean, this is going to be such a beatdown.
This is Dunaway's motorboating game of the year, but I got Liberty tight late. We're going to need some points, but take Liberty plus the 13.5.
Not even close, Taylor.
Not even close.
You go get on your MyBookie account out there and take Arkansas and give the points. Not even close this week. Taylor doesn't even know where Arkansas is, right? Favorite Arkansas player of all time.
Guys, I don't know. I was not prepared for this. Don't know why you caught me off guard.
All right. That's our upset alert brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
The recession concessions right there at Baumhauer's. Free drink with any of the recession concession menu. You can see more. Baumhauers.com. Find a location nearest you. Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Favorite musical artist? If you had to go to see one concert tonight, it'd be what?
Ooh. Well, I'm sad. I read some sad news this morning about one of the Migos that got shot.
No way.
Wow.
Yes.
I did not think that would cover. Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, that makes me sad.
No, I think he died, yeah.
I think that would be a fun concert, but...
Well, not anymore.
Yeah.
Well, before this morning, or last night.
Yeah, last night would have been great.
33% less fun now.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate, though. I hate that.
R.I.P. Takeoff.
Yeah. Well, that's
took off.
It's a sad way to end this segment.
R.I.P. Takeoff.
Yeah. All right, that's our spotlight
take us
today.
to break, Jimmy.
Speaking of RIP, speaking of taking off.
Easiest way to do transition on this show, Rockstar, is a commercial. Part of the show is being brought to you by our friends at Buzz.
Yes, Jim. You know what I haven't done as I have.
Is that app pop?
Huh?
Let me see that app. Let me see that app pop.
I don't have it on my phone, but it's.
Oh. Look at that. It's a pops.
Our friends Buzz will get you dialed in this holiday season.
Oh, absolutely. They will. They're Jimmy Dunaway. Everything. It's the fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience store. The best of service. And it comes right to you. BUZD is the Buzzed app. Use code NEXTROUND for 15% off.
Perfect for the holidays.
Oh, everything from the alcohol to the wine to the edibles. BUZD. It is the Buzzed app. Download it and start using it today. Cannabis, alcohol, tobacco, and they're adding inventory constantly. See more at BUZD Buzzed.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Amherst, Bromberg's, Bryant Bank, ERA King, Gutter Cap, Hemp Hill Services, Legacy Federal Credit Union, Mortgage Right, Nichols Outfitters, Storm Restoration Roofing, Wayne's Pest Control, Way to Wellness. Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. What do all these brands have in common? Well, not only are they all Next Round sponsors, but they are all also BBB accredited businesses. BBB accredited businesses voluntarily hold themselves to higher standards and believe in a fair and equitable marketplace. Do you want to join this winning team of top local brands? Are ethics and principal business standards important to you and your business? You want access to exclusive BBB accredited business benefits? Here's a hint. The answer is yes. So join the ranks of these businesses and more than 4,000 others in Central and South Alabama that have pledged their commitment to a fair and equitable marketplace. Apply today for BBB accreditation by calling 205-558-2201. Mention promo code BETTERBIZ for a special offer for Next Round listeners and earn the sign of a better business.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. register to vote, and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
All right, a final segment is the Brian Harsin release. We got that earlier this hour, and we wanted to spend the final few seconds here talking about that. What is Brian, the former Auburn coach, saying on his departure from the Plains?
He doesn't burn any bridges or anything like that. If you're watching the video, Scott has it up for you. He says he's disappointed he doesn't get to lead the team. He says they did things the right way, not always the easy way. He's certain that this group of players are going to great things. He'll miss coaching them. There are things he could have done differently with the benefit of hindsight, but he'll be better moving forward because of this. He believes Auburn has potential to be a championship program once again. The resources, financial support, and fan base are all in place. Good people throughout the program, the university. If everything gets aligned, possibilities are endless. He hates it for the coaches, the staff members, the families, the team, the staff, everybody. And he says, I'll turn the page and chart the next course. Always grateful for the positive relationships. Very classy.
Yep.
On the way out, very classy.
And again, his wife was doing that in the skyboxes this past weekend at Jordan-Hare Stadium on the way after the game, thanking people who had been so open to the Harsin family down at Auburn in their time there. So it was a short run there for him. 676 days on the job that ended yesterday. And now Carnell Williams will guide the ship the rest of the way until John Cohen has the new head coach in place. And a lot of smart people, including Bobby from Homewood and Brandon Marcello, everywhere in between, liking guys like Lane Kiffin to take over that program down at Auburn. We'll see where the search goes next. Cohen will get introduced this week officially, and everything will move forward from there. And we'll continue to talk about it as that happens. But big football on the field this weekend. That's part of the conversation tomorrow when we're back with you at 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.